Well, race fans, if you're watching on YouTube, we want to welcome you here to the New Egypt Speedway. We want to welcome all the fans here in the crowd of New Egypt Speedway as well for Oliver Communications Group night here at New Egypt Speedway. Oliver Communications Group formed in 1992, a growing company servicing the expanding industry of telecommunications. Their installations include voice, data, audio, video, etc., running copper, fiber, coax, and any type of media required. They install both inside and outside plant projects and hold an electrical license in New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. For more information, go to olivercomm, COMM.com. That's www.olivercomm.com. And tonight, of course, we have a three-division show for you with the modifieds, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and the four cylinders all in action here tonight. And the modifieds will be running their very popular match races. The one-on-one match races sponsored by, of course, our night sponsor, Oliver Communications Group. Folks, if you're interested in getting your official New Egypt Speedway gear, it is available at the novelty stand down below the main grandstand right behind the announcer's tower here. Or if you're watching online, you can scan the QR code that is on your screen and get your official New Egypt Speedway gear. Don't be the only fan or only person on your block without something from New Egypt Speedway. Be sure and grab yours today. They are hot off the presses and made by Bob Hilbert Sportswear. And of course, play the 50-50 tonight. 50-50 has been a hit. We have two drivers facing off once again tonight selling tickets. The two girls that are our ticket sellers will have, each one of them will have a shirt of each of these two drivers. The two drivers are Jack Butler, the Flying Dutchman, and DJ Hunt. One of them will have a DJ Hunt shirt on. The other one will have a Jack Butler shirt on. They will be competing against each other, and they will come out and sell a little later on as well. And if you're on YouTube, you can also be part of the 50-50 drawing. You can call one of the two numbers on your screen, and you can join in tonight's 50-50 and possibly win, even though you are watching from home. We want to thank you for watching at home. And you can participate in the 50-50. The numbers are 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. Numbers are on your screen. We have people manning those numbers. If you did not get through right now, because we are wait till the show starts and call back. I am not sure if the girl is here yet to man those numbers, but you can write them down now. They are on your screen, and we'll post them again throughout the night. But you may have to wait till the show starts if you're watching on YouTube. For those of you in the stands, just wait for the girls to walk by and signal them. And, of course, we will draw two winners, one from each of the drivers' bucket, before we do the 50-50 for a secondary prize. And if you do win one of those, your ticket goes back in for the 50-50. But they are 8x10 autograph photos of the two drivers competing tonight, DJ Hunt and Jack Butler. And if you win one of those, of course, those are donated to us by Jimmy Brown and Jim Brown racing photos. A couple of cars already on the track for hot laps here. Big 3-division show here tonight.
Let's go, guys. Meet you out on the racetrack. Back gate closes in 10 minutes. I've got cars on the racetrack right now. Let's go.
So some of the cars out on the track, Dylan Morris in the New Egypt Kitchen, Spellbound Brewing number 34 coming by, one of our great Sportsman competitors. Ryan Krasinski in the PBA Local 160 18R. The Hugs for Brady, Lions Construction 88 is Glenn McIntyre. These are all crate Sportsman, 4-cylinder on the track. That's Bobby Drayton, former modified driver, and him and his son both have 4 cylinders here now. There's Ryan Simmons in the Belmont's Garage number 14. John Scarpati Jr. in the S2. Hunter Plosky in the Flemington Department Store. Izzy Trucking number 27. Plosky, one of our co-champions in our rookie division this year, the Fastline Performance rookies. Mike Toth's in the 89. The 41 going down to turn number 1 is Nick Van Wickle. Stephen Puglisi, our rookie champion last year, is in the 43. Will Protinick is in the WP Automotive 3 WP. And David Malozar right here on the front stretch in the 32C. Let's switch over to the modifieds. Out of Otisville, New York, and the Comfort Experts, number 26R is Corey Cormier. Johnny Bangs is in the Valco Wheels 323. Right behind him, the Shockwave number 921. That is George Garris Jr. Garris making the move to modifieds 2 weeks ago. Pat Wall, the 5W right there, is one of our Sportsman competitors, as is Ethan Bill. Ethan already a feature win under his belt, making the switch over to New Egypt this year in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14. Another modified, the Spooky Brook Landscape 2D, a Will Sportsman car.
I gotta do it again. Oh no, never mind.
As is Chris Bergstrom, one of our rookie graduates in the number 3.
I heard that one.
Another modified coming down the front straightaway, the Mancini Custom Home 7M of Paul Mancini. Mancini from New Gretna, New Jersey.
Yeah, I found that out now. Sorry, I didn't know.
The 28 on the backstretch, that is Sportsman driver Thomas Pritchka in the number 28. On the front straightaway, the Prime Design Landscaping, the yellow number 27, that is TVD, Tanner Van Doren, the 928. The Valco Wheels 928 going into turn number 1. That, of course, is Kevin Borden. Actually, the 92 Junior right there, that is George Garris's modified. My mistake. I saw the Shockwave, and hey, we had a rain out, so, you know. George Garris in the 92 Junior. The 921 is our other rookie champion, the co-champion. That is Aiden Spencer. Aiden Spencer in the 921. And there he is, right there. On the outside of him, one of our modified drivers, the Reed Sod Farm number 5 of Jack Butler, one of the drivers that will be doing our 50-50 challenge tonight. Davey Salmon's feature winner in the modifieds this year in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79 going into turn number 1. Jimmy Houseworth is in the McNichol number 72. He comes by the front straightaway here, going down into turn number 1, another modified. And the other driver in our 50-50 challenge, the Creston Hydraulics number 24, that is DJ Hunt. DJ Hunt in the 24. Ryan Heim with that new number 18, third week out for that car. He's been just as fast as he was in his old one. That's the 18 going in. He's now in turn number 1. That's a Sportsman car. Another one of our Sportsman cars, a 29 of Matt Ellery. All the cars coming out to pack the track. Couple more modifieds in turn number 1. The red 51M, that is the Flying Farmer, Wade Hendrickson. And behind him in that black and purple number 1 out of Frenchtown, that's the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. in the number 1. As the car is being sent into the infield. See Cole Stangle back with us in the number 20. He's in the infield already, just moving in there now. Good to see him after that wild flip 2 weeks ago. He did some extensive damage to that car. Ryan Godown, of course, here, our two-time defending champ and 6-time champion, the 26. And Danny Buck, who's also won 2 times this year. Him and Godown, the only repeat winners. Buck in the red number 6, right behind Godown there in the back of the infield. Just coming into there. The 2B, that is Dominic Buffalino. He's now behind the ambulance, depending on what. Oh, he's moving up. If you couldn't see him before, you probably can. He's in the center of the infield there. Steve Davis just going over the scales in the 72. Crete Sportsman coming out for their first hot lap session. The 51M, I pointed out, is not, that's Wade Hendrickson's team, but that is the team car. That is the thrilling David Schilling out of New York State. He's from East Greenbush, New York, and he is here tonight with us.
Steve Davis celebrating a birthday, Pete. So we got to wish Steve Davis a happy birthday.
Nick Van Wickle in the 41, the 34, Dylan Morris, the 3 WP is Will Protinick as they come down the front straightaway. Glenn McIntyre in the 88. Coming off turn 4, Lexi Wilson in the 1W, who came within just a few laps of her first win 2 weeks ago, or 2 races ago. Cale Van Norton, a 29J. The 18 is Ryan Heim. Stephen Puglisi is in the 43. Dan Fleming is in the 17. And that is all the cars out here in the first of what looks to be 2 sessions for the Sportsman. 26 Sportsmen signed into the pit area. All right, Mike Toth leads them out for the second session in the 89. Matt Ellery is in the white number 29 over in turn number 2. Right behind him, the 5W of Pat Wall. Thomas Pritchka is in the 28. The 9 junior is Sean Cook. The 81 is John Norsha. John Scarpati Jr. is in the S2. The 18R is Ryan Krasinski. And we are going to have 3 hot lap sessions. Third and final session will be led out by Ryan Simmons, our defending champ. He is in the Belmont's Garage number 14. Also sponsored by Hessert Chevrolet. The Ethan Bill, a winner this year in the 14. Ryan Marr, former rookie champion, is in the 51. The 921 is one of our rookie champs. That is Aiden Spencer. Our 3 rookies coming out together there. Chris Bergstrom in the 3 is one of our rookie graduates, and the other co-champ, the 27, is Hunter Plosky. The 32C is David Malozar, and Steve Davis is in the 72 as he rolls out onto the track, the Premio Sausage car. 26 Sportsmen signed into the pit area. 21 modifieds as we go green here on the third and final session of hot laps for the Sportsmen. checkered flag coming out on this final session of hot laps for the crates.
Well, the mighty modifieds are going to come out on the racetrack right now. Chris Garback in car number 7. Joe Brown, who's part of the bicycle giveaway today in the 5J, as they go into turn number 1 for your first session of modified hot laps here. Paul Mancini, the silent assassin, in the number 7. Will Dupree. Will the Thrill, if you will. Corey Cormier's in the 26 in turn number 2 for your first session of modified hot laps. Right after hot laps is the first bus ride for the Kids Club, right after hot laps. Yellow lights coming on. Track in pretty good shape here after the hot laps. I mean, Johnny Bangs was out there also, along with the Ringo's Rocket. Ryan Godown in the Izzy Trucking, number 26. Second session of modified hot laps. Pete, who was quick in that round? Pete going to bring up the computer, tell you who was quick. Brian Cool, Mr. Coolio's in the 37. Then you have George Garris Jr. out there in the 92. Mr. Schilling is in the 51M.
So David Schilling setting fast time so far, 17:675. Dominic Buffalino, 17:684. Ryan Godown, 17:787. Johnny Bang, 17:836. They are the only cars that broke 18 seconds, those 4 cars so far.
That's pretty quick getting around here in the 17-second bracket. Davey Salmons is in the 79, and that's DJ Hunt, your local tool guy, in the 24. Mr. Howsworth is in the 72. Jack Butler, one of them 50-50 guys, along with Mr. Hunt. So pick the guy you want to win the contest for the 50-50 challenge. The kid's kid, Billy the Kid, Pouch's kid, Billy Pouch Jr., and then Tanner Van Dorn and Danny Buck.
So Danny Buck setting the quick time for hot laps at 17.664, just getting under David Schilling's time, who had second fastest. Buffalino was third. They are the three fastest in hot laps for the modifieds. Four cylinders taking to the track. 14 of them on hand here tonight. The 51 on Let 'Em Out, that's Penny Horner. The X09 is Bobby Drayton the third, right there in the X09. The 409 is Bobby Drayton the fourth. That's the son. Driving the number 30 is Joe Gary Jr. Eric Degler is in the number, or I'm sorry, in the 19. That's correct. 26 is Joe Gary Sr. Robbie Steinmetz is in the 97. The 6 is Dale Mull. Mull, of course, winning his first ever feature here last time we raced 2 weeks ago. Justin Dunn, former three-time champion, is in the 69. Chris Rack is in the number 7. I don't see him out there, but the red number 7, that's the 7R. That is Danielle Cook. That's Danny Cook in the number 7R. Dominic Antonelli's in the 88. Actually, it's the 7X is what it should be. Is Danielle Cook. Well, actually, the 7X is supposed to be Jimmy Avery, so maybe that was Avery and not Danielle Cook. She's in the lineup as a 7R. The 4 is out there. That is Logan Mull. First time out for Logan. As Dale will stay in the infield and watch him. They'll have 2 heats for the 4 cylinders with 7 in each heat in the top 5 getting handicapped for the first 10 starting spots.
Now, if you frequent the internet, you've seen this gentleman. Of course, this is his first time in the car. They were checking him to see how fast he could get in and out of the car. Oh, and he's up top and riding the marbles, and now he stopped. They didn't teach him that. Up, put her back in gear, and let's go. Let's try again. But anyhow, they were teaching him how to take the belts on and off fast enough so he could get out of the car. He'll be fine. Now the car's got character. He can go fast now. Let him hear it, gang. That's how you learn. Trust me, he comes from a great family. He's going to figure it out. Believe me. Awesome job. Awesome job. He's only going to get better with time. Seat time means everything. Now, they had a track at the house, and he was running around the track at the house, and it was a little bit bumpy. He said this is a whole lot smoother, so we'll see. And I think he's done a great job. Ryan Godown and Mikey Butler coming out here trying to work out some bugs, I guess. Pete?
I think this may be Ryan Godown's backup car, which is the Short Track Super Series car. Of course, they will be here in August.
Now listen closely to where they lift. Mikey's up on the chip when he comes down the front here. Go down with a lot of throttle time here as you hear him go down the front into turn one. From what I'm told, that's a 525 motor in Ryan Godown's car. Sounded pretty good. Now, you're wondering why Mikey's car, when he got into turn one, was stumbling a little bit. He was up on the limiter, on the rev limiter, on the chip, they call that. That's where you hear it stumbling. No problems with the motor, just a little bit up on the chip. And that's how that works. So here we are.
And that 525 motor is a new motor there. A couple teams are experimenting with. That's a much more affordable motor they're looking at. And you get a little bit of a weight break if you run it. Right now, we only have Johnny Bangs running one. I heard that Ryan Godown had one coming in, and he actually has it in the backup car here, so he is testing it out in practice.
Well, Pete, if you make it affordable, you're going to get a whole lot more cars, and the race is going to be a lot more close and probably a whole lot better. Not that it's going to get too much better than it is right here at New Egypt. The racing has been great. The track has been perfect. And tonight, thanks to Oliver Communications Group and Construction, you're going to see some match races tonight. How many people are ready for match races here at New Egypt Speedway this evening? I know I am. So, if you've never seen the match races here at New Egypt Speedway, you're in for a treat. 101 match race. They changed it up a little bit. They're going to start on the backstretch where you see the SF sign and the Mancini Custom Home sign. That's where they're going to start. There's no starting line. It's going to be a lap and a half. Our race director up top is going to tell them when to go so nobody gets an edge. If you put a line out, some guys jump to start, some guys don't. That's not going to happen tonight, okay? Then we have a fan's going to pick who the winner is going to face. If you win, you're in. If you lose, you're out. Each race is a certain amount of money, and Pete will tell you what each driver will win each time they win. And then at the end, there's a big lump sum of money. So, Pete, tell everybody what they're in store for. Oh, so Pete looking for his notes up there. That's why he didn't respond to me. I thought he was ignoring to me, and it would be just like old times. Don't forget our rules here, gang. If you're going to smoke, you got to smoke outside of the grandstands, behind the grandstands, be kind to everybody you're sitting with. Also, do not sit in the yellow aisleways. You cannot do that. That way, if somebody wants to walk up, that means you, Dina. So that means if somebody wants to walk up the aisleways, you got to keep them open, gang. Also, if you got a child up in the upper echelon in the grandstands, please have them near you. We don't want to see anything happen to anybody's children. The grandstands are high, and they can fall through. Also, the bus should have been loaded by now. After the warm-up sessions were over, they were going to load the fan van and take the kids in the pits to meet and greet with the drivers. So if you're a part of the kids club, and you're a member, you should have been out front and into the bus.
So the match races will pay $50 each to win, and the very last one will pay $500. Same way we always do it. And, of course, that is sponsored by Oliver Communications Group. They have also donated bicycles tonight, along with Jim Brown Racing. Oh, Joe Brown Racing. That's because Jim does so much stuff with us, I automatically thought it was Jim, but it is Joe Brown Racing. As Joe is the son of Jim. And you can sign up at the Kids Club for a chance to win those bikes. There's 2 boys' bikes and 2 girls' bikes. And once again, thanks to Joe Brown Racing and Oliver Communications Group, who is the title sponsor of the evening tonight.
So they will manicure the track here real quick, get it into shape. Not that it's not in bad shape right now, because it's not. Very smooth. As they'll spritz it up a little bit. Then we'll go to our heat races. Of course, me and the lovely Dina will be doing the heat races, interviewing the heat race winners live on the Wide Open Wednesday play. And Dina is now the scene queen, as you can see that on her T-shirt. Then, of course, don't forget to go to our YouTube page during the week to see all the things that happen behind the scenes. Got to thank my buddy Jason Dunn for doing the steering wheel on my golf cart. A golf cart steering wheel was aluminum, and I had no paint on it, so my hands would be black at the end of the night. So Jason said, "What are you doing with that?" So I gave it to Jason. Of course, Jason just walked by, and now it's totally black with 20 coats of clear on it. So if my hands get black now, Jason, I'm in trouble. And he has his son Jackson with him, who races quarter midgets here at New Egypt Speedway. If you never had a chance to see the quarter midgets and the kids race in the track that's in the infield, you need to come check it out. I believe it's on Thursday nights now that they race the quarter midgets here. So you need to check that out. A lot of guys that race here rank quarter midgets and now run big cars. that's the stepping stone to New Egypt Speedway and wherever else they want to go. A lot of guys that race sprint cars, that race all over the country, started in quarter midgets. And now we have our own track here at New Egypt, and the track does very well. So if you're interested in getting your children involved in quarter midget racing, you can talk to Rob Mancini. You can talk to Jason Dunn, of course. And, yeah, they will guide you in the right direction to come here and race on Thursday nights, I believe it is.
Folks, Swagger Factory Apparel sponsors our Crate Sportsman division. And they bring you top-notch race gear crafted with precision and style with a legacy for over 20 years in the industry. Their mission is to provide race enthusiasts with premium products that embody the essence of speed and quality. Swagger Factory Apparel provided New Egypt Speedway with their official shirts and the infield fire suit. For more information about them, you can go on the web at www.swaggerfactory.com to learn more. And you've been hearing about the Kids Club, and they are sponsored by Marcus's Barbershop of New Egypt, located right down in downtown New Egypt. They have goodies, toys, and giveaways take place throughout the year at Marcus's Barbershop Kids Club. And additionally, one kid who signs in will be selected as the Kids Club Fan of the Night, receiving a ride in the pace truck, a free checkered flag from the novelty stand, and a $10 coupon for the concession stand. Another young fan will receive a coupon for a free haircut at Marcus's. Make sure to take the kids 11 and under to sign in at the Kids Club on the Turn 4 side of the main grandstand. And, of course, we are streaming live on YouTube right now. And we do each and every Saturday night. That allows both the diehard fans and new fans alike the opportunity to experience our Saturday nights here at the D-shaped oval. Viewers are asked to subscribe to the Speedway channel when watching. And subscribing to the channel is the only way for YouTube streaming to stay for the long haul. Along with live streaming, the YouTube channel will also feature content videos, giving fans the opportunity to get closer than ever before. And of course, we joined My Race Pass this year for live timing and scoring throughout the 2025 season. Along with live timing and scoring, My Race Pass offers lineups and season-long point standings. Go to myracepass.com or download the app to follow along with your favorite tracks, series, and drivers for 2025. Folks, if you're in the mood for food, head on down to see Cindy at the main concession stand right behind the tower. Try anything on the delicious menu, including hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken fingers, cheesesteaks, sausage sandwiches, and more. And wash your delicious meal down with an ice-cold Pepsi Cola product. And we mentioned the apparel before, and if you're watching on YouTube, there is a QR code on your screen right now that you can scan to buy your New Egypt Speedway gear. The all-new 2025 New Egypt Speedway apparel from Bob Hilbert Sportswear is available at the merchandise stand located behind the grandstands right next to the sweet shop. T-shirts are $25, hoodies are $40, hats $25, and blankets are $30. If you're watching at home, you can scan that QR code on your screen to access the New Egypt Speedway online apparel store. Folks, the 50-50 challenge has been a hit with two drivers facing off to see who can sell more tickets. Each 50-50 girl will be wearing a T-shirt representing their driver. Tonight, the drivers are Jack Butler and DJ Hunt, both from the modified division. If you buy from that girl for a chance to win, you will also have a chance to win a signed 8x10 from Jim Brown Racing Photos and tonight's 50-50 jackpot. The drivers will come out later after their heat races to join their respective 50-50 girl to help with sales. And of course, once again, tonight's matchup features two best friends off the track, DJ Hunt, who drives the Crescent Hydraulics number 24, and Jack Butler, who drives the Reed Sod Farm number 5. And if you're watching at home, as I said, you can play the 50-50, and you can call one of the numbers that are on your screen right now, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903, and take part just as if you're sitting in the grandstand and be part of the 50-50. It'll give you your numbers over the phone, and then you can be watching when we draw it in modified victory lane after the modified feature. The driver will choose the winning ticket, and you can see if you've won tonight's 50-50 jackpot. So again, to play, call one of the two numbers on your screen, 640-529-5125 or 609-864-7903. Folks, if you do call and you don't get through, you can try again. You might want to wait till we start. I have not heard if the girl that mans the phone starts now or if she starts when the races start. So if you don't get through, try again once we start racing. That should be the time. I believe 6 o'clock is the time they make the phone live for the 50-50 drawing from home.
Now, this 50-50 challenge is pretty cool. You have two drivers, and if you like Jack Butler or you like DJ Hunt, or if you like both of them, buy one of each. You'll see the girls that have the respective T-shirts on of DJ Hunt or Jack Butler, who are cool guys. And make sure you go see them in the pits after the races. Matter of fact, you can see all of our drivers in the pits after the races. They'll sign autographs, do what they need to do. Don't forget, there's a crossover gate here. Most of these guys come through to see their families. Don't be afraid to walk up to them, grab an autograph, talk to them, chat with them, see what's going on. As you can see, this gentleman here has a DJ Hunt sweatshirt on. Nice looking sweatshirts. I believe DJ's mom, Michelle, is back behind the grandstand selling the T-shirts now and sweatshirts. Also, Dirt Merchant is back there. So T-shirt alley is in full effect back there behind the grandstands. If you didn't get your favorite driver stuff, you need to get it now. Usually Billy Pouch Jr. stuff is back there. Go Down stuff is back there. All the stars and cars of New Egypt Speedway, their apparel is on sale along with the New Egypt Speedway apparel. Everybody loves the Dirty D. So make sure you get that T-shirt, sweatshirt, whatever you need. The new design for this year. So make sure you're sporting all that stuff. And like Pete said, you go to YouTube. If you're on vacation and you need your racing fix, just go right on YouTube. And it's easy to subscribe. Once you go to New Egypt's YouTube page, you'll see where the subscribe thing is. You just click on that. You're subscribed. The next time you're out, it'll automatically come up. And then you just go right to the YouTube channel. We want you to be here every Saturday night, but if you can't, you're on vacation, you got a wedding or whatever, you can sit at your table at the wedding and watch the races. Lord knows I've done that. So, yeah, subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you feel inclined to donate to keep that thing free, we welcome you to do that also. And, yeah, YouTube has been a big hit. There's a lot of extra stuff that goes on behind the scenes after the races that you can see, and they play that in between when we have some breaks here. So make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel, also our Facebook page. A lot of stuff goes on my Wide Open Wednesday page, which we do every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. now. A lot of New Egypt stuff on there. And, yeah, just make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. That'll put you in touch with everything that goes on here. And if you're not here one night, you get to see it all live, and it's free. That doesn't happen. Trust me. And I know a lot of people that can't be here, usually watching on YouTube. It's a great deal, and it's easy to do. I know a lot of people are, you got to subscribe. Well, it's a subscription. No, it's not. When you go on YouTube, people want you to subscribe to their page so they know how many people are going to their page. Just hit the subscribe button. That locks you in. And then when we go live on a Saturday night, you'll get a little notice saying New Egypt Speedway is live, and then you just go right there and watch it. It's pretty cool. Trust me, if I can do it, you can do it. Trust me. Well, the track looks to be whipping up into pretty good shape here, Pete. I mean, the last couple times we ran, the track has been really superb. Great racing. Mother Nature, never mind, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to get struck by lightning over here, but yeah, she needs to get off her broom and just give us the rest of the year. It can rain all week. I don't care. It just can't rain on the weekends, right, guys? We just don't need it to rain on Saturday night, right? And if you race on Friday night, we don't want it to, you know, if you're doing something on Friday night race-wise, we don't want that, or Thursday night. All right, it shouldn't rain at all, okay? I'll leave it at that. All right, now here comes the girl with the Butler shirt on, okay? If you're a Jack Butler fan, this is the person you want to buy the 50/50s from, okay? She's got her Jack Butler shirt on. Don't everybody wave their hand at once. There you go right there, see? You want me to walk around with you so you can sell your whole roll? We can do that too. Now, there's somebody walking around with a DJ Hunt shirt on too. That's how that works, gang. If you're a Butler fan, you buy the Butler tickets. If you're a DJ Hunt fan, you buy the DJ Hunt tickets. That's how the 50/50 challenge works. Each week we have 2 different drivers. Now, my question is, Pete, usually the same girls are selling the 50/50s. Do they get a new shirt every week? I want to sell 50/50s. They get to keep the shirt. You get a brand new driver's T-shirt every week. Why not? You got a whole collection going. Let's see, was Tanner Van Dorn and Danny Buck? Who don't want a Danny Buck shirt or a Tanner Van Dorn shirt?
Imagine if they had that when we were kids. It'd be a line out to the parking lot.
Especially if you get to keep their T-shirt. I'm pretty sure they get to keep the T-shirt. So, and you too could have the same T-shirt. All you got to do is go see Jack, or go see Michelle Hunt. She's right behind the grandstands, and they'll sell you a shirt. And she does get to keep the shirt. She just told me. Well, that's a heck of a deal right there.
Well, I would hope so.
I would hope so too, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
Hey, here's a T-shirt. Real low miles, only worn once.
Exactly. Only worn one time. A little sweat in the armpits, but other than that, it's a great shirt. And the quality of shirts nowadays is unbelievable. The way that they're designing them, the way that they're doing stuff. Bob Hilbert does some great work. Billy Pouch came out with his new shirts. They're purple. Carl has one on now. And Billy Pouch Jr.'s new shirts came out. Speaking of that, if you went to the Pouch open house, you got to see a lot of neat things last week. So maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Billy later. He can tell us about that. But yeah, we let our drivers sell their T-shirts here at New Egypt Speedway back behind the grandstands. You can get a heck of a collection of T-shirts, not only the New Egypt stuff, but you can get drivers' T-shirts and all kinds of stuff here at New Egypt. So make sure you get all the stuff you need, and make sure you get your sweatshirts so you can promote New Egypt in the wintertime, not only at motorsports, but wherever you go. Well, I say smooth as glass and lightning fast, but we'll see. It looks smooth, and it should be fast. We're going to find out. Oh, here comes the DJ Hunt shirt lady. See, she has the DJ Hunt shirt on. If you're a fan of DJ Hunt, you want to buy the tickets from her. That's John Romano's daughter, Lindsay. Thank God they're young and they can climb the grandstands. That's where I would be done, Pete. I can't climb the grandstands. That's why I drive a golf cart.
There's a Kids Club bus, folks. See, if you join the Kids Club, that's what you get to do. That's one of the fun things. You get to go through the pits, and rarely they go out on the track, but it turns out that the track is in shape to allow it out there this time. It wasn't too wet. They've already worked the moisture down into it, and they let the bus come out and take a lap around there. That's kind of a cool deal as it heads back towards the pits. Of course, kids not allowed in the pits in New Jersey, so the only way they can get in is on a bus like that, on a bus ride. They're not allowed to get off the bus, but very cool to see the drivers. A lot of the drivers have stuff for the kids or walk up and say hi. And we usually have a driver drive the bus. One of the race drivers drive the bus for them, too, so that's kind of a cool deal.
Backstretch staging area now, please. Check the board. There's been a change in the crate second Sportsman heat race. Please check the board for the second crate heat race. Again, crate heat race number 1 to the backstretch staging area now, please.
Well, it sounds like they are getting ready to call cars to the staging lane here, as it is track just getting finishing touches. We'll have opening ceremonies in a few minutes. We are just moments away from opening ceremonies. If you're watching at home, thank you for tuning in. It is Oliver Communication Group night. 4 cylinders, the factory Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and of course the Modifieds. And the Modifieds will be running their annual match races at right before intermission, which is always exciting, and a little new twist on it tonight, as they will be a lap and a half instead of 2 laps, and we'll be starting them on the backstretch just off of turn number 2. And also, instead of the drivers picking the driver they want to race when they win, we are having a fan draw over here, and it'll be by luck of the draw as who comes out next. $50 to win each match race. If you win, you keep going. And the very last one is worth $500. All courtesy of Oliver Communications Group. Very popular night here at New Egypt Speedway as the equipment is pulling off the track. All right, so the equipment has pulled off the track. We are ready to go. Reverend Dan's out there, and I'm going to turn it over to my partner tonight and my partner for 26 years, Mr. Nick Leach.
Remember, I'm just trying to make it work here. Well, here we are, gang. I got to thank Phil Oliver and Oliver Communications Group, Fred Volsing, everybody involved. Now I get to do what I love to do. Be here with you guys. I'd ask you to rise and stand if you can and take off your headgear if you can. Last week, we lost a wonderful person. That wonderful person raced here in a Sportsman car, a street stock car, and a 4-cylinder car. The 4-cylinder car that he last raced in will pace the field tonight in the 4-cylinder class. Billy Roble will be driving that car. That man was Everett Taylor. Everett was just Everett. If you talked to him for 5 minutes, you fell in love with him. He's always smiling, always having a good time. I called him E.T. Don't have enough time to tell you everything that Everett Taylor done for Nick Leach, and I know he's done a lot more for everybody else. So tonight we race in Everett's memory. His family is here. Everett, this one's for you. I'm going to turn this over to Reverend Dan. We love you and we miss you. Godspeed, my friend.
Thank you, Nick. Could we just have a moment of silence, please, remembering Everett? Almighty God, here we are, New Egypt Speedway. What a great place to be on a Saturday night. And we go back and we think of the thrills, Saturday after Saturday, special race after special race. And some of these great men were not only good men on the track, but they were very giving to the fans, giving to the kids, and we appreciate it very much. So here we are, Lord, we thank you for this great country that we live in. We pray for our president, we pray for our military, we pray for our first responders, we pray for all of those that make this and gives us the freedom that we to enjoy this great sport of racing. So now we ask you for a great race, for a safe race in Christ's name, amen. Shalom.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reckless, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, it's time to play ball, ladies and gentlemen. I'll turn it over to Pistol Petey's up in the Diamond Suite. Yours truly will be in the pits doing heat race interviews, and you can watch them live on our Wide Open Wednesday page. Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Nick, and once again, welcome to the New Egypt Speedway on this beautiful July night as we have Oliver Communications Group night and the modified match races. First out on the Speedway tonight will be the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and this is how they will line up for the first of 3 heat races. The top 5 in each heat race will get their handicapping back for the first 15 starting spots in tonight's feature event. The top 6 will qualify, so you got to be in the top 6 to qualify, or else you head to the consolation. Only 26 cars in attendance, so we will have a consolation event tonight to qualify the final 6 for the 24-car field in tonight's feature event. And this is how they'll line up in heat number 1, 8 laps the distance. Dylan Morris is in the Spellbound Brewery number 34. He'll line up on the pole. Alongside of him in the Scarpati Auto Parts number S2 is John Scarpati Jr. Third starting spot in the Flemington Auto Body number 17 is Dan Fleming. And alongside of him, driving the 3WP out of Robbinsville, that is Will Protinick. Fifth starting spot from Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, driving the Hugsford Brady Lions Construction number 88 is Glenn McIntyre. And starting alongside of McIntyre, a feature winner this year, driving the Izzy Trucking number 14, Ethan Bill. All right, cars are being given the track for a couple of laps here just to make sure the track is ready. It was just watered and worked in. Just want to make sure it's not a little too slick. It looks like it may have a little bit of greasy. This clay gets very temperamental. It'll dry out quick, but it'll also get a little greasy on top when it gets wet. And we're making sure it's just race ready, so we can go full throttle right from the get-go here. Ryan Heim is in that number 18. He'll start in the 7th position inside row number 4. Alongside of him, one of our co-champions in the rookie division this year, the Fastline Performance Rookies. That was the 27 of Hunter Ploski. And John Norsha in the 81 will start scratch on the field. Norsha, a graduate of the rookie division last year. So he drives the number 81 and will start last on the field. We'll have 9 cars, 6 will qualify. Top 5 get their handicapping back for the first 15 starting spots. The 6th qualifier will start 16th, 17th, and 18th out of each of the heat races behind the handicapped cars. So you got to get into the top 15 to have a chance to start up in the front of the field. Track a little bit slippery. It's coming in quick here. All right, folks, if you joined us on YouTube, we want to thank you for tuning in. We are getting ready to start our program. The first heat is on the track, and it looks like the track is now ready. It was a little slick. We put some water down and just packed it in right before the heat, and it was just a little bit slippery on top there, so a few laps. Gave them a track for a couple of quick laps here, and it looks like it has come in, and now we will rack them back up real quick. Here's your lineup again. Dylan Morris in the 34. Lines up on the pole. John Scarpati in the S2 will start alongside of him. Then it'll be Dan Fleming in the 17. And the 3WP of Will Protenick as the New Egypt Speedway pace truck pulls out to pick him up here on the front straightaway. Row number 3, Glenn McIntyre is in the 88. And the 14 is Ethan Bill. Ryan Heim is in the 18. He'll start 7th. Hunter Plasky in the 27 will start 8th. And John Norsha is in the 81. And Ethan Bill has just come to a halt up against the outside guardrail in turn number 1 right as we were lining him up. So we'll see what that's about here. We'll send a push truck wrecker out to see him.
Hey, I fixed the Zoom thing on here. Remember I was telling you about the Zoom?
Bill, a feature winner. They're currently 3rd in the point standings coming into tonight. Ryan Heim out there in the 18 is currently 7th. And Glenn McIntyre in the 88 is currently 10th in points after 5 races. Dan Fleming in the 17 out there is currently 11th. And John Scarpati and Will Protenick are tied for 14th coming into tonight. And it appears that the wrecker, after pulling up and talking to Ethan Bill, is going to have to pick him up from the back end. That tells me there is a driveline problem in that car. That is not good. Problem in the rear end of the 14. That's a tough break. And remember, we're running a consi tonight, so he needs to get it fixed and get back out for the consi, being the 3rd man in points. He has a win on the season. He's been in the top 10 in 4 of the 5 races. The one race he wasn't, he finished 11th. He has finished 3rd. He finished 3rd the last 2 races in a row after winning back on Memorial Day weekend. That win by Ethan Bill on Memorial Day weekend was only our 2nd Sportsman race of the year, and his 2nd race since being a regular here after being what I believe was the champion at Bridgeport last year. Well, Bill getting towed off. Tough break for him. Still 6 to qualify. We'll only have 8 cars. All right, going green next time by for the first time this evening. First of 3 Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman heat races. Each are 8 laps, and each will qualify 6 cars to tonight's 25-lap feature. All right, lights are off. The New Egypt Speedway pace truck makes the left turn into the infield, and we are ready to go racing. It's up to Dylan Morris in the 34. Scarpati alongside, racing. And we're green for the first time this evening. Dan Fleming from the second row making a nice move down on the bottom to take second behind Morris as they race into turn number 3. Glenn McIntyre into third, and some tight racing here as Fleming looks to the inside of Morris. Protinick to fourth, Ryan Heim up into fifth, Scarpati on the bubble as he's back in sixth. Down the back for the second time and into turn number 3. Dylan Morris setting the pace, but Dan Fleming down on the bottom getting a good run, and Dan Fleming will be the leader of lap number 2. Fleming recorded the leader of lap 2. Glenn McIntyre works his way by on the inside and takes over second spot. Morris back in third now with Protinick coming down on the bottom. Ryan Heim right behind him. Heim also a feature winner this year. He actually has won twice this year in the 18. Protinick will slip by Morris. Heim is right there. Hunter Plosky looking to qualify here. Remember, this is their first week running as regular sportsmen and not rookies, and it is Hunter Plosky getting by Scarpati and into the 6th spot. Down the back, Dan Fleming leading Glenn McIntyre by 2 car lengths. 3 to go this time by as McIntyre really putting the pressure. He has run Fleming down. Protinick, Heim, and Morris the top 5. Hunter Plosky 6th. McIntyre shadowing the 17 of Fleming. Through 1 and 2, Fleming turning up the heat here as he pulls out the 4 car lengths. Less than 2 laps to go, be the white flag this time. 1 lap remaining, white flag is out. Final lap as McIntyre moves back in, and Heim looking for more. He's got 2 wheels under Protinick for third. Final 2 turns. Fleming bringing it off at turn 4. He's going to win heat number 1. So your winner is Dan Fleming in the 17. The 88 of Glenn McIntyre finishes second. The 3WP of Will Protinick just getting third, nipping Ryan Heim at the line. Heim was all over him. Heim settling for 4th in the 18, and Dylan Morris gets the last handicap spot in the 34. And the 6th and final qualifier was the 81 of John Norsha as Hunter Plosky was put back 2 spots for over-aggressive driving there when he made the pass on John Scarpati. So the 81 of John Norsha ends up qualifying in the 6th position in heat number 1. By the way, Ethan Bill's 14 transmission issue. The yoke on the transmission coming loose. So that, of course, is a problem. So he will work on getting that fixed for the consolation event, which will be a little later on this evening. All right, heat number 2 lining up on the pole is scheduled to be Ryan Marr in the 51 at a Neptune. He'll start on the pole, but it looks like he has dropped to the rear of the field as the 43 of Stephen Puglisi is on the front row there. Lining up alongside of Puglisi now, the 32C of David Malozar. Ryan Simmons in the 14 will line up third. And then starting alongside of Simmons, the 89 of Mike Toth. Steve Davis in the Premio Sausage 72 will start 5th. Alongside of him, the 29 of Matt Ellery. Ellery out of South Plainfield. Chris Bergstrom is in the 3. Thomas Pritchka is in the 28 and the 51 of Ryan Marr. It's up to Puglisi. He brings them off a 4, and we're green. Underway in Heat 2 for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, and it's David Malozar with a nice move between two cars as he shoots the middle air off of turn 2 to get the lead. And Malozar will lead lap 1 with Ryan Simmons in tow in the 14. Puglisi and Davis side by side for third as Davis working his way up on the inside. Ellery trying to take fifth now as Ellery works under Mike Toth on the backstretch. Toth getting very high and up over the cushion there. Ellery not only has fifth, he's under Puglisi and has fourth at the line by a wheel. Ryan Marr up from the back, moving into the sixth and final transfer spot in the 51 as he also gets by Toth. Down the front, Malozar by 2 car lengths, and make it 3 now over Ryan Simmons. Davis third, Ellery right behind him. Puglisi trying to hang on to a handicapping spot. Remember, he started at the front of the heat. That's where he would start in the feature, somewhere up front. As Ryan Marr working underneath him, but can't get him. Marr looks at it again. Marr also trying to work his way up in the 51, back there in the 6th spot. Puglisi holding him off. At the front, it's Malozar by those same 2 car lengths as Simmons has gotten a little closer, but not much. Simmons driving the Belmont's garage car here tonight. A car he usually drives on the Short Track Super Series South region. And at some special shows at other speedways during the week. Davis in third as not closing on the top 2 at all, and he's got Matt Ellery draped all over him now. On the back bumper as the white flag is displayed. Final lap of this 8-lap heat. Mike Toth trying to get Marr now as he is caught back up to him. Final 2 turns. Malozar will bring it down low, and he'll bring it off a 4 and take the win in heat number 2. So David Malozar wins heat number 2 in the 32C. Second was the 14 of Ryan Simmons. Third, the 72 of Steve Davis, followed by the 29 of Matt Ellery and the 43 of Steve Puglisi. The 51 of Ryan Marr is your 6th and final qualifier out of heat number 2. So 1 heat left for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Sean Cook is scheduled to start on the pole in the 9X. That's the Christensen Recycling number 9X. Lining up alongside of him at a Somerset, the 18R of Ryan Krasinski. Third starting spot, driving the Shockwave Racing Technologies number 1W is Lexi Wilson. And lining up alongside of Wilson in the A. Yaros Industries number 41, Nick Van Wickle. Van Wickle from Jacksonville. Fifth starting spot from right here in Cream Ridge. Driving the Service Tire and Truck Center number 5W is Pat Wall. And lining up outside of Wall, the current point leader in the short load ready mix concrete number 04, that is Mikey Butler. Mike Butler in the 04 will start 6th. 7th starting spot, our co-champion in the rookie division in the Shockwave Racing Technology number 921 is Aiden Spencer. And the Bergelt Opticians number 29J of Cale Van Nort. Cale Van Nort out of Vernon, New Jersey, making the tow down from Northwest Jersey every week. He drives the 29J, and he will start last, I believe, 2nd week here for Van Nort. This year, he's raced here in the past, was a member of our rookie division in one of the last couple of years. All right. 2x2 up to Sean Cook on the pole. He'll bring him to green racing. And it's Krasinski off the outside row, getting by Sean Cook as the 41 of Van Wickle takes second. 3 wide on Cook's back bumper is Pat Wall and Mike Butler on both sides of Lexi Wilson there, and they'll both get by with Wall working on Cook down on the bottom. Wall gets third, point leader Butler getting by for fourth now, as Lexi Wilson works by the inside of Sean Cook down the back. Lexi into the fifth and final handicapping spot. Sean Cook now trying to hang on to a transfer spot as they complete lap 2. Aiden Spencer right on him along with Van Nort. Van Wickle right on the back bumper of Krasinski, turns it down right against the inside guardrail trying to get a run, and he does. Side by side, they are even at the stripe, with Van Wickle completing the pass in turn 1, a slider in turn 2 and into the lead. Pat Wall has caught both of them. We got a 3-car battle for the lead. Wall down on the bottom, takes a look. He pulls up on the inside of Krasinski. Butler watching this battle from fourth. Lexi Wilson is pulled away from the rest of the field, and Sean Cook still holds on to sixth. Through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Butler reeling in those top 2 as Wall finally wrestles second spot away from Krasinski. Butler right up on Krasinski's back bumper now to challenge for third. Van Wickle, 2 laps to go for Nick Van Wickle. Butler taking a look underneath Krasinski, and he gets the spot in turn 3. Dives underneath him and makes the pass. White flag is out, and Butler to third. Aiden Spencer making a move on Cook in the 9X. They're side by side for the final transfer spot. And Spencer gets a run off at turn 2. Here's a checkered flag for Van Wickle down the front. And Spencer makes the pass and will come home sixth. So Nick Van Wickle is your winner in the 41. Second was the 5W of Pat Wall. Mike Butler came home third in the 04. Fourth, the 18R of Ryan Krasinski, and the 1W of Lexi Wilson finishing in the 5th position. Aiden Spencer in the 921 qualified 6th. All right, first of 2 heats for the 4 cylinders. 6 laps for the 4 cylinders. Top 5 get their handicapping back for the first 10 starting spots in the feature, as they will have 2 heats.
For the 4 cylinders to the backstretch staging area now.
And their feature will be 15 laps and will be after the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman Consi and before the match races. First heat finds Robbie Steinmetz in that 97 starting on the pole. Bob Drayton on my lineup. They have Bob Drayton the third in the 409. Then it's the 19 of Eric Degler, and then the X09 is Bobby Drayton the fourth tonight. They are reversed, and the 6 of Dale Mull, last week's winner. Then it's Danny Cook in the 7R as we go green. And the 30 of Joe Gary Jr. And we are underway, and Degler wastes no time getting to the front in the 19 with Bobby Drayton right behind him. Steinmetz hanging tough down on the inside, and Bobby Drayton the fourth. The Draytons run side by side down the backstretch. Wheel to wheel. Through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Degler, your leader. Dad getting the better of the Draytons there as Bobby Drayton III fends off the challenge from his son. Gary Jr. from last back up to fourth now. He's right behind the Draytons. Dale Mullen, the final handicapping spot in the number 6, and it's Steinmetz and Cook. 2 to go. 2 laps to go down the front. Degler stretching his lead in the 19. Here come the Draytons again, side by side. And now they reverse roles, and they're side by side the opposite way. Checkered flag out for Eric Degler. As Gary gets third, as he gets by the 409 of Bobby Drayton the third. So Eric Degler, your winner in the 19, the X09 of Bobby Drayton the fourth, finishing second. Real nice run for him. Joe Gary Jr. was third in the 30. Then it was Bobby Drayton the fourth in the 409, and the 6 of Dale Mull finishing fifth. All right, second four-cylinder race. And, folks, if you're at home, you can call one of those. Correction on that first heat. That was Bobby Drayton the third in the X09. Bobby Drayton the fourth finished fourth in the 409. Second heat coming out. If you're watching at home, you can play our 50-50 from home. There are 2 numbers on the screen. They take
modifieds to the backstretch staging area now, please.
You can use a credit card. We take Venmo, and I believe we take PayPal as well. But you call one of those 2 numbers on the screen. It's a 50-50, and you can enter our 50-50 drawing. by paying over the phone, and you'll be in the running both for the 8x10 pictures of the drivers, either DJ Hunt or Jack Butler. You see the girl selling Jack Butler's tickets right there with the Jack Butler t-shirt on the screen. She walked right into there just as I was talking about the 50-50, like perfect timing, almost like I had her do that. All right, second heat lineup will find Dominic Antonelli, Dom the Bomb Antonelli in the 88 scheduled to line up on the pole, and he was rolling a little bit, and now he's moving again. He's having a little trouble here, but now he gets going. Penny Dunn is in the 51. She will start in the second spot, although I don't see her on the track. We are supposed to have 7 cars out there. Joe Gary Sr. in the 26 is scheduled to start third, then Justin Dunn in the 69. Both of them are 3-time track champions. One of those 3 for both of them was a tie where they were co-champions. Justin Dunn in the 69. The 7X is Jim Avery, former street stock standout. The 4 is Logan Mull. Chris Rack not making the call. He was not out in hot laps either in the number 7. So tough break for Chris Rack, as it doesn't look like he had a problem the last time he was here too in warm-ups and did not make it past there. This time he has not been out yet tonight. So 5 cars out there. Logan Mull, first time in the car, gave him some hot laps on his own. And he's going to tag the back of the field here and just try to get some laps in under competition as we are green. So Penny Dunn with a problem as well. Chris Rack, both of them out. So the 5 cars on the track will get their handicapping back. Although I think Logan Mull will stay at the rear of the field in the feature, being his first time out, as Antonelli leading Justin Dunn down the front. And into turn number 1, Joe Gary Sr. battling with Jimmy Avery. Avery down on the bottom taking a look. It's Gary holding him off. Logan Mull not looking bad here. He's lost a little ground, but that's pretty good first time out. He's keeping up with the field. Antonelli leading in the Alco disposal, number 88. Justin Dunn in tow there in turn number 2. Then it's Joe Gary Sr. And he has his hands full with Jimmy Avery. Avery right on his back bumper. Halfway, 3 down, 3 to go. Oh, Avery out of shape on the front straightaway into the infield. Now he'll pull back out.
Got it. I had it on it the whole way.
And the yellow did come out for Avery. Yellow out for Avery. Avery is at the rear of the field. Logan Mull will want to stay at the rear. So he gets some laps under his belt. So now Justin Dunn up alongside of Antonelli. All right, green coming back out, 3 down and 3 to go, and we are green. Antonelli and Justin Dunn side by side. Justin Dunn is our all-time leading feature winner in this division. And he gets by Antonelli and into the lead. Here comes Avery. Back underneath Gary. They resume their battle for the 3rd spot. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Gary Sr. getting by Avery again by a nose, but Avery staying even with him on the inside. That's a great battle. That's been going on since the beginning of the race. Done by a car length over Antonelli in the 88. Final time around, and Antonelli is right on the back bumper of Justin Dunn as Avery takes third. Final 2 turns. Dunn keeps it straight through 3 and 4, and he's going to win by 2 car lengths. Antonelli is second. Boy, it was close at the line. Think it was Avery in the 7. Actually, I think it was Gary on the transponders. So Justin Dunn is your winner in the 69. The 88A of Dominic Antonelli was second. Joe Gary Sr. and Jimmy Avery were side by side for third. Both of them will get their handicapping back. And the 4 of Logan Mull, who does not have any handicapping, does finish 5th. Although I think he will give that up and start at the rear in the feature event in his first time ever out here. All right, modified heat races are up next.
Please, modified.
8 laps the distance, and this is how they are going to the post here in heat number 1. Each heat will have 7 cars. We have 21 signed in. 6 will qualify. Actually, all the cars are going to qualify. The top 5 will get their handicapping back for the first 15 starting spots in tonight's feature. That's what's on the line here. On the pole here in heat number 1 out of Fairfield, New Jersey, in the Bel Air Transport number 27 is Frank Venezia, and alongside of him in the Conover Contracting, Atlantic Sprinkler number 20C, that is Cole Stangl. Third starting spot from Otisville, New York, in the Comfort Experts number 26R is Corey Cormier. Then it's the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72 of Jim Houseworth starting outside row number 2, 4th starting spot for Houseworth. 5th starting position in the Valco Wheels number 323 is Johnny Banks. Alongside of him in a feature winner this year in the Marvel's Portable Welding number 1 is the kid Billy Pouch. And then the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown is in the 26, and we are green. And we are underway in the first modified heat. Godown, of course, the winner here last time we raced 2 weeks ago. It is Venezia out in front with Cole Stangl swapping grooves down on the inside now, but Venezia holding him off by a wheel. Houseworth third, being challenged already by Pouch up from 6th starting spot. Pouch ducks underneath him, but will fall back in behind as Cole Stangl takes over the lead. Venezia right on Stangel's back bumper. Stangl will lead lap number 2. Houseworth third, looks under Venezia. Pouch up on the outside, Bangs 5th. There are your handicap cars right now as Godown gets by Cormier. Both number 26s at the rear of the field currently. Pouch to the inside of Houseworth, nothing there, although he had a room to run. He couldn't get alongside of him. That's the battle for third right on Venezia's back bumper. They're both looking for second as Houseworth holds off Pouch and dives under Venezia in turn 3. 3 wide now as both of them get under Venezia. Cole Stangl out in front, Pouch and Houseworth side by side, and once again Houseworth momentum just a little much for Pouch. Venezia 4th, followed by Bangs and then Godown. Bangs looks under Venezia down the front. It's Cole Stangl by about 10 or 11 car lengths over Jim Houseworth. Pouch behind Houseworth, chasing after him in 3rd. Then it is Johnny Bangs now into the 4th spot, Venezia 5th. Venezia on the bubble of the handicapping. He would be handicapped up front in the feature if he can hang on. He's got the two-time defending champ Ryan Godown all over him, and Godown dives under him again in turn 3. White flag is out for Cole Stengel, and it is Godown to 5th, and Cormier right behind him in 6th. Final 2 turns for Cole Stengel. Cole Stengel, who went for a ride the last time he was here, will win heat number 1 in the 20C. So Cole Stengel coming back from that wild flip 2 weeks ago and makes the win here in heat number 1. He had a good run. And Stengel is your heat winner here in heat number 1. Second was the 72 of Jim Houseworth. Third, the 1 of Billy Pouch. Fourth, the 323 of Johnny Bangs. And fifth was the 26 of Ryan Godown. One heat in the books, and heat number 2 rolling out onto the Speedway. Lining up on the pole out of Flemington, New Jersey in the White House. Number 37, that is Brian Cool. Brian Cool in the 37. Alongside of him in the Mancini Custom Homes, 84 Lumber, number 7M, Paul Mancini. Third starting spot, the Rayco Auto Service number 2B of Dominic Buffalino, behind the wheel of his own car tonight. And alongside of him in the Valco wheels number 928, that is Kevin Borden. Fifth starting spot from Phillipsburg in the Dave's Equipment Sales, Reed Sod Farm number 5, that is the Flying Dutchman, Jack Butler. And alongside of him, driving the CNS Equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondishone number 6, the Dominator, Danny Buck. And George Garrish Jr. is in the Shockwave 92 Jr. as we go green. And we are not green, no start. No start. Looks like Mancini may have gone a tad early there. It is up to the pole sitter, Brian Cool. So George Garris in the 92 Junior making his, I believe this is week 3 for him, which means he'll have handicapping starting next week. Garris, a hot shoe in the Sportsman division for numerous years, making the move to the modifieds. Ryan Simmons out with the 14, may have had an issue after the heat, wants to see if he's got it straightened out. He'll hang way back from the field, take a lap or two. All right, we're ready to go once again. Take 2 for heat number 2. Cool kicks the wheel, and good start. Green is out. Cool on the bottom, Mancini trying to cross him over as he goes high to low, tries a diamond in the corner. He pulls up even underneath Cool down the back. Mancini on the inside, Cool up on the outside. They are side by side off of 4. Brian Cool lead lap 1-3 wide for third. Buffalino on the outside of Jack Butler. Buck was down on the bottom. Whoa, Buck will, oh my goodness. Yellow will be out for Danny Buck. They were 3 wide. Buck got in hot in a good battle with Dominic Buffalino. Neither one touched. It looked like Buck had to get in the brakes just a little more than he wanted to. And the car got sideways and slid to a stop. The oh my goodness part came in when the 928 of Kevin Borden took an evasive action there at the last second to keep from hitting Danny Buck. And if you watch the replay here on YouTube, Here's Buck sliding to a stop. Whoa, look out, the 928 of Kevin Borden with a hard right turn and just missed Buck in turn number 2. Track crew talking to Buck in the car. The field paces by. We have 1 lap in the books. They were holding him there till the field came by so Buck could back up and pull away without any cars coming and rejoin at the rear. It'll be Cool and Mancini once again, then Buffalino and Jack Butler. Then Garrison Bangs. And then Buck rejoining at the rear of the field. Remember, top five get their handicapping back. There are 7 cars out there. 1 down, 7 laps to go. All right, pace truck is off. Cool on the inside, Mancini alongside, and green. Dominic Buffalino down on the bottom, getting even with the front row. Whoa, look out, pile up in turn 2. Borden will get through it and keep going, although he was the last car in. Dominic Buffalino made it 3 wide, won the race into turn 1 down on the bottom, and then the front row got together of Mancini and Cool as they kind of got together Nerf bar to Nerf bar, side to side, and Jack Butler and then Kevin Borden had no place to go, although Borden kind of bounced through and kept on going. He was running last anyway, and Jack Butler pulls away under his own power and heads straight to the pit area. Oh, he'll have the car checked out real quick. That quickly moves Borden and Buck back up the second row now, 3rd and 4th. Brian Cool has pulled away, so has Paul Mancini. So everybody, it was not a real hard crash. And it looks like everybody will restart. Mancini, Cool has caught the field, and Mancini actually pulled away right in front of the field. He's got to go all the way around. So he's feeling the car out, see if it's okay. So Dominic Buffalino, the new leader, and George Garrish Jr., who started last, is now second with 1 lap complete.
We only have 1 lap.
All right, field is doubled up. Buffalino and Garris, then Borden and Buck. Then Cool and Mancini. 5 get their handicapping back. 6 cars left. We're looking for Jack Butler, see if he makes an appearance here as the field takes the green. He is not out yet, and at this point they would hold him and let him just come out of the pits right behind the field. I cannot see down that ramp from here, but Buffalino kicks the wheel, and we are back to green. And Buffalino grabbing the lead from the front row. Borden down on the bottom of Garris. They go side by side down the back. Danny Buck thinking about making it 3 wide. Not enough room there. He'll keep it down on the bottom as they race off of turn number 4. Buffalino, Borden, Buck under Garris now, following Borden through and into 3rd. Brian Cool has 5th. That's the battle between him and Mancini for the final handicapping spot as they come off the corner and down the front. Cool with a lot of bent sheet metal on the car, but the car looks okay as he runs right up on Garris and looks to the inside. Buck challenging the 928 of Borden for second. And he'll get him off of turn 4. Kind of set him up there and then got a great bite off of 4 and drove on by. Garris has held off Cool, and not only that, but Mancini gets by Cool and into the 5th position. That's for the final handicapping spot as they complete lap 5. And Mancini will look under Garris now to see if he can get a spot between himself and the bubble there, and he will as he drives under him and takes over 4th. That'll put Garris on the bubble, and if we get the 2 to go sign, Cool will try to catch Garris once again. It's Buffalino by 3 car lengths as Buck has kind of reeled him in. He's going to get close here. White flag is out. He's within a car length. And Buck will look underneath him. Buffalino knows he's there. He's even with him side by side. Danny Buck with a run off of 2. Buck surges ahead. Buffalino trying to stay alongside, but he can't as Buck's just too much for him, and Danny Buck will win on a final lap pass. And speaking of a final lap pass, Brian Cool does the same thing to get into the handicapping. So Danny Buck is your winner in the number 6. Second was the 2B of Dominic Buffalino. Third, the 928 of Kevin Borden. Then it was the 7M of Paul Mancini and the 37 of Brian Cool. There are your 5 cars getting their handicapping back out of heat number 2. All right, heat number 3, final heat for the modifieds. We'll find the 2D of Will Dupree lining up on the pole in the Spooky Brook Landscape number 2D. Alongside of him driving the Jim Weber Motorsports number 7. Also sponsored by Norcia, that's Chris Garback. Third starting spot, the Oliver Communications Group number 5J of Joe Brown. And lining up alongside of him, another one of our 50-50 contestants here tonight, the Creston Hydraulics Incorporated number 24 of DJ Hunt. TVD, Tanner Van Doren's in the Prime Design Landscape number 27. He's out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania. He'll start 5th. And alongside of him in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79 out of North Hanover Township, New Jersey, that's Davey Sammons. And starting scratch on the field out of East Greenbush, New York, in the number 51M, that is the thrilling David Schilling. Once again, top 5 get their handicapping back. Here they come. And we're green. Several cars getting some laps as Dupree leads them off at turn 2 and down the back. Van Doren making his way up through the middle there and now challenging for second already as he's under Garback. They get by Joe Brown and it is Van Doren in the second. DVD in the second and Davey Sammons trying to follow him up. He's up to 4th and challenging the 7th. DJ Hunt and Joe Brown battling for the last handicapping spot. Ryan Godown is just tagged onto the rear of the field. Godown has a 525, one of those new 525 motors under the hood, and he is just testing it out here tonight. Dupree leading the way, Van Doren second, then Sammons as they work off at turn 4 and down the front. Godown has caught the rear of the field. Salmon's all over Van Doren. Garback fourth, Schilling up from last to fifth. The other car out there shaking it down was John Scarpati and Ethan Bill. Ethan Bill getting that transmission yoke fixed. He is pulling into the infield now. Go Down just dropped way back to give himself some run room here. As Salmons takes a move on Van Doren. Down on the bottom, here comes Davey Salmons. Salmons into the second spot. Salmons started sixth alongside of Van Doren. Now he's made the pass, and he'll set his sights on Will Dupree, who has led from the start. 2 to go this time. Joe Brown has taken fifth back from Schilling. And he'll take fourth from Garback. 2 laps to go. Davey Salmons closing in on Will Dupree. Salmons right there as the white flag comes out. Garback still holding off both Schilling and DJ Hunt as Hunt gets by Schilling into sixth. They're side by side now, and on Garback's back bumper, final 2 turns, it's going to be Will Dupree hanging on for the win. Salmons second. So that race goes wire to wire, and it's Will Dupree leading all 8 laps, and Dupree is your winner in the 2D. Second was a very close second was the 79 of Davey Salmons. Great job coming from 6th to 2nd. Still gets his handicapping back.
Right now, crate feature is up on the racetrack right now. After that will be the modified match races.
Folks, got some news here that the fastest lap time in any heat was set in heat number 1 by the 20C of Cole Stengel, and Cole Stengel will be in the match races. He'll be the first one to go in the match races. So Will Dupree wins going wire to wire, holding off Davey Salmons, who came from 6th. In the 79, Tanner Van Doren was 3rd in the 27T. The 5J of Joseph Brown finished 4th, and Chris Garback was your 5th and final car to get his handicapping back in the number 7. All right, 8 cars scheduled for the Consi. Ethan Bill went into the infield knowing he was up next anyway in the Consi. He just wanted to make sure the car was right. So John Scarpati will start on the pole here in the S2. Lining up alongside of Scarpati, the 89 of Hellertown, Pennsylvania's Mike Toth. Sean Cook is in the 9X. He'll start 3rd alongside of him. One of our rookie co-champs of Hunter Plasky in the 27. Chris Bergstrom just graduated the rookies, is in the 3. He'll start 5th. Then it'll be Cale Van Nort in the 29J. Ethan Bill, who had the problem before his heat started in the 14. He's a feature winner this year. He'll start 7th. And Thomas Pritchka is in the 28. He will start 8th. 6 to qualify. Final chance to go into the feature event. And we are green. Underway here, last chance to qualify for the crate Sportsman as they go down the back. Scarpati and Mike Toth wheel to wheel, side by side. Pritchka with a problem back there, but he stays out, and the yellow is back out. And Pritchka's retiring in the 28. Yellow coming back out, but Pritchka never stopped. He's just going into the pit area. Definitely has a problem. He was well off the pace. No laps complete. Pace truck will stay in the infield. All right, here they come. green, green, green. Ethan Bill going through a hole there and getting way up top. He's got one spot. They go down the back. Mike Toth leading the way over the S2 of John Scarpati and Hunter Plosky. That's the top three down the front. Bergstrom fourth with Ethan Bill right on him. Top six will qualify. Van Noort next in line, and Sean Cook very slow. Right rear flat for Cook, and he will coast into the infield. Yellow had already come out for him. And he brings the 9X to a stop in the infield.
I did. I was trying to get to it, and I felt where I was. Like I didn't zoom out quick enough. I was too tight on it, and I'm like, oh boy, somebody's gonna get sick.
Bergstrom having a problem under yellow here in the number 3.
Amazing. Still one lap.
Bergstrom losing the handle over there in turn number 2 as well, and looks like Sean Cook will get some wrecker service here in the infield with a right rear flat.
Cylinder feature will be the modified match races. Please be ready. Thank you.
Base truck is off. We're going back to green here. Green is in the air, and we're underway. Scarpati with Toth and Ethan Bill. Down the back they go. It's Mike Toth leading the way over Scarpati and Bill Hunter Plosky fourth, and Bergstrom and Van Noort. All these cars are qualified, so they've cut the distance to 6 laps. As they complete lap 2 there, this will be halfway as we're cutting the distance to 6 laps with all the cars on the track qualified. Halfway. And Bill all over Mike Toth here. And he will dive underneath him. Scarpati third, Hunter Plosky fourth, Cale Van Noort is fifth, and Bergstrom spins again in turn number 2.
I did not have it.
Folks, the water gun winners for tonight in the Kids Club, the Marcus Barbershop Kids Club, Cameron Walima, CJ Lobianco, Declan Conklin, Oliver Butler, Amelia Conklin, Audrey, don't have a last name for her, and Bellamy Butler. They're the 7 kids that won the water gun tonight. And if you have not recovered your child, you can come get them at the Kids Club. All right, green is out. as Ethan Bill getting around the outside of Mike Toth. Toth really running them hard there. That's a good side-by-side battle going on as Toth trying to hold on to the lead. 2 laps to go now. 4 down and 2 to go. Final 2 turns in and out for the white flag. 1 lap to go as Ethan Bill leads the way. Ethan Bill will lead him into turn number 4, checkered flag in hand, and Ethan Bill's going to win it in the 14. So Ethan Bill is your winner in the 14. The 89 of Mike Toth is second. Then it's John Scarpati in the S2. The 27 of Hunter Plosky. The 29J of Cale Van Noort. And the 3 of Chris Bergstrom. There are 6 qualifiers to complete our 24-car field for our 25-lap feature. Folks, we have a car that's in somebody's reserve spot and needs to be moved. It's, first of all, Florida plate. So that should narrow it down right there. If you have a silver Avalon, a Toyota Avalon, Florida plates Y972XL. Y972XL Florida plates, a silver Toyota Avalon. You need to move it right away. You're in somebody's reserve spot. You will be towed if you do not move it. Thank you. Folks, the P38, of course, was Everett Taylor's car. We lost Everett last week. And former street stock standout Billy Roble is driving it behind the pace truck to salute Everett tonight during the wave lap and the parade laps here for the 4-cylinder feature. So Billy Roble behind Everett Taylor's P38 behind the wheel to salute him here. This will be your lineup for your 4-cylinder feature event, which is up next. Then we will move into the modified match races. Dominic Antonelli, Dom the Bomb Antonelli, in the Alco Disposal number 88A will start on the pole. Alongside of him will be the 409 of Bobby Drayton the 4th. Eric Degler is in the 19. The heat winner tonight will start 3rd. Then it'll be Joe Gary Sr. in the 26. Bob Drayton the 3rd is in the X09. He'll start 5th. And it's Justin Dunn, the other heat winner, in the 69. Dale Mull, our feature winner last time we raced last week, in the number 6. Then it's Jimmy Avery in the 7X. Joe Gary Jr. is in the 30. Robbie Steinmetz is in the 97S. Danny Cook's in the 7R. The 51 is Penny Dunn. Chris Rack is in the 7, and the 4 is Logan Mull. All the cars making out except for Chris Rack in the 7. Looks like he's done for the night.
Well, Pete, a good field of 4-cylinder cars as we get ready to start their feature.
All right, green is out. We are underway in our 4-cylinder feature, 15 laps to distance. Down the back, Degler from the second row grabbing the lead from Antonelli. The Drayton side by side for 3rd. Degler leading the way into turn one. Antonelli on the outside. It's Bobby Drayton the third. The dad moving up on the inside, challenging for second. Two laps complete, 13 to go. Degler working the outside as Drayton moving through and into second as he gets by Antonelli after a brief battle. Drayton the fourth, looking better every week, is holding on to fourth as he holds off all-time winner Justin Dunn. Dunn down in the fifth spot and looking for more here as Dunn pulls to the inside, but he cannot get by the youngster. Dale Mull, fresh off his win last week, is right there in sixth in the number 6. Degler, who pretty much dominated his heat race, is being challenged by Bobby Drayton. Drayton right on his back bumper now as they come down the front to complete lap number 4. Drayton to the inside of Degler. Surges ahead. Degler back on the outside. They're side by side through 3 and 4. Back down the front. And Degler gets him back at the line by an inch or two. They are door handle to door handle. Antonelli, Justin Dunn, and Dale Mull now the top 5 as Mull getting by Drayton the fourth. Drayton the third, slowly edging out in front on the inside, and he's got the lead off of 4 as they complete lap 6. Down the back, Drayton by 3. Car lengths in the yellow is out for the 7R of Jimmy Avery. Avery into the inside guardrail in turn number 4.
Get your 50-50 tickets. There they are right there.
All right, field forming back up and the lights are off now as everybody has rejoined. All 13 cars still out there. Logan Mullen at 4 at the back of the field, still getting his feet wet. Just kind of tagging around the back there, getting some seat time. Doing a very good job for his first time out. All right, so Bobby Drayton III is your new leader. He took the lead from Degler. Degler alongside. Drayton takes the inside row, and he will lead him to the line by a wheel. Off at turn 2 and down the back. Whoa, Joe Gary Jr. getting into the top 5 as Dale Mull getting up a little high there, coming out of 2, now battling with the other Gary Senior, and Senior will take 6. Down the front it is Bobby Drayton leading the way over Degler. Justin Dunn now in the act as he's by Antonelli and into third. Antonelli still 4th, then it's Joe Gary Jr., Gary Senior and Mull side by side, then it's Drayton the 4th and Penny Dunn. And Jimmy Avery back from the back. Bobby Drayton leading lap number 8. Degler a little out of shape there. Justin Dunn reels them in. That'll give Drayton a bigger lead. Drayton is stretching his lead here. It'll be 5 to go the next time by. Degler and Justin Dunn are side by side, the 2 heat winners, but they're side by side for second. A lot of people anticipated them being battling for the lead, and that has not panned out as Drayton, the third, has run away and hit here. Antonelli still fourth with Gary Jr. right on him. And Avery in the exact same place. I'm having deja vu. He is into the inside guardrail in turn 4. As Yogi Berra would say, I'm having deja vu all over again. Bobby Drayton with 2 feature wins on the season in 4 events. The other winners, of course, were Degler and Justin Dunn. Those 3 drivers in the top 3 again, no surprise there. The one surprise is that Gary Sr. is the point leader. He's finished second in the last 2 races, and he's up to 6th again. Always knocking on the door. We'll go green next time by. All right, here they come. Green is in the air, 10 to go, or 5 to go. That's why we were single file in the final 5 laps, and Drayton will bring him back to green. Degler right behind, then Justin Dunn. Antonelli and Joe Gary side by side for 4th. Through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Drayton, who had stretched a big lead, now having to pull away from them with him on his bumper, but he is doing a good job. 3 car lengths over Degler right now, and Justin Dunn has been unable to get under Degler and makes another run at it here. Gary Jr. and Antonelli the top 5. Gary Sr. still 6th, and Dale Mull, Drayton the 4th, and Penny Dunn. Robbie Steinmetz is 10th. Into turn number 3, it's Drayton the 3rd. Bobby just stretching the lead here. 2 laps to go, and Logan Mull is slow in turn 2 and will make the left into the infield. Good job by Logan getting off track and out of the way. Degler and Justin Dunn 2nd and 3rd. Top 5 have not changed at all. White flag is out for Bobby Drayton the 3rd. Drayton has had a great year. He won 2 of the 4 races, and he's only been here for 3 of them. He did miss a race. Here's the checkered flag. Bobby Drayton will win for the 3rd out of 4 times this year. So the winner is Bobby Drayton, the 3rd in the X09. 2nd was the 19 of Eric Degler. The 69 of Justin Dunn was 3rd. Joe Gary Jr. in the 30 finished 4th, and your 5th finisher was the 88A of Dom the Bomb Antonelli. And Nick Leach making his way. Nick Leach making his way to victory. Let's turn it down back over to Nitro Nick Leach down at trackside.
All right, Pete, we're down here waiting for Bobby Drayton. When it hits the fan, he's your man. And whatever you eat, he's got a seat, and the seat tonight is in Victory Lane with Bobby Drayton. How about it? Mr. Bob's Motorsports, Bob Drayton behind the wheel. This is upside down. I don't know, I forgot how to do this. Bob getting all the apparatus off, Hans' device, everything else. They got to wear a lot of stuff in these race cars now. Well, I could say it's a full flush here as Bob Drayton gets it done. He's going to climb out of the car. Let's hear it for Bob Drayton.
The hips don't lie.
No, the hips don't lie. And neither does the throttle foot. Wow, did you try a little extra hard because you knew I was going to be here?
Yes. That's why I did it. That's why. No, this was hands off to the track crew. This is perfect. Track is perfect. And this car was really good. I mean, it felt, it almost steered as good as a modified. It just turned in so nice. And usually these things fight you like a bear, you know. But and usually you're worn out. But I could go another 15 laps, maybe.
Bob, I'm watching the race and I see these guys. They're throwing the cars in there, and you're just getting slower getting in and faster coming off. I think your experience in knowing how to drive a car into the corner and out of the corner, it just seemed like you slowed down to go fast.
Was I slowing down?
You weren't slowing down, but sometimes you got to slow down to go fast. You know what I'm talking about. Knock it off.
Yeah, these things are really easy to overdrive, and then once you lose that momentum, that corner's gone. You got to start over in the next corner. So, no, it was good. I'm glad to come. We haven't been here in so long. It feels like we had a couple of rainouts, and I took her to a Def Leppard concert and didn't make it. Right, Sherry? Are you paying attention, Sherry? Tell him that I took you to the concert. Yeah. Anyway.
But anyhow, you got her done. Eric Diggler's been winning everything there is, and you just put a full flush on him.
Well, listen, I knew he was fast, and I wanted to wait. I actually don't like getting the lead that early because then, there's only one spot to go. It's backwards. But I had a really good run on him to get under him that lap. And I could hear him there. I could hear him on the restarts. He is fast, but this was almost unbeatable tonight. This car was just perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Drayton, let him hear it. He gets her done. Up next, match races. Get your dollars out. We're going match racing. I need Phil Oliver to come down behind the flag stand. Phil Oliver, come down behind the flag stand, please. Phil, I need you to come down. Got a car that needs a lap, so Jim's talking.
Tell me what works best for you. I don't want you running back and forth too much.
What do you think, I'm going to have a heart attack?
You said you would. You tell me.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We'll get it. And Brianna's going to help me, right? Okay. Okay, cool. So she's going to pick two of them?
No, she's going to pick the fan who comes up.
All right, she's going to pick the fan to come up. Chris is going to set these out. We're going to talk to Phil Oliver for a second because Phil is the reason why we have these match races because they put all the money up, him and PJ Oliver and Oliver's Communication.
Whoever they pick, that's who's up next.
Well, while Phil is heading down, there has been a change. Jack Butler was scheduled to be in the match races, But DJ Hunt, who's the next up in points, will take his place as Jack Butler is changing the power steering box and something else in the car due to a problem in his heat race. So he has scratched and will be out for the feature. So DJ Hunt getting that spot, Nick.
Okay, so Cole Stangle is sitting down there. One of our lucky fans is going to come out and pick up a cheeseburger that I can't eat. And there's a number on the bottom of the cheeseburger. And whoever has that number is going to go up against Cole Stanger. So we have Phil Oliver coming out here. We're going to talk to Phil. This is the reason why we have match races, gang. Let Phil Oliver here in Oliver Communications. It's also the reason why Nick Leach isn't behind the microphone right now. So, Phil, I appreciate what you do. Fred appreciates everything you do for the racetrack. People just don't know what you do behind the scenes. Thanks, buddy.
Listen, we just do what we can, me and my son and our companies. We do quite a bit of work around here, but we like it. We like all the fans. We like showing up every Saturday night. And one thing I really like is to see you behind this microphone again. I think you do a fantastic job, and I thank you very much for being here and sticking with this track and sticking with this business. So it's a lot of work for you, I know, but I appreciate everything that you do for the track. Thank you very much. I hope everybody enjoys the match races. Have a good night.
Let's hear it for Phil Oliver. And I appreciate Phil Oliver, and I appreciate all you fans. You support me through all this stuff, so, and then guess what? I'm back tonight, so guess what? We're going to have some fun, aren't we? Get ready, gang. The match races are here. Get your dollar bills out. He's going to take a couple warm-up laps, but after that, our fan is going to pick a cheeseburger, and we're going to find out who's going to face Cole Stangle in the first match race.
Folks, remember, they're going to be a lap and a half. I'm sure Nick's going to tell you. They will start when the race director tells them on the radio to go, which will be in front of one of the two signs on the backstretch coming out of turn 2, which is the Swagger Factory Apparel, the SF black billboard, or right after that, the Mancini Realty billboard.
Now, our race director is going to have a radio. They're going to go in 1 and 2, get to them two signs where Mancini and the SF sign is. He's going to say go. So there ain't going to be no edge. Now, this lucky fan is going to grab a cheeseburger, and I'll tell you what number the fan picks. Go ahead, my man, pick a number. Pick a burger. You can't eat it. Don't listen to Mikey Butler. Number 79, Davey Salmons will take on Cole Stangle.
Yeah, keep it.
And he gets to keep the cheeseburger.
Davey's got to pick a lane.
And Davey Salmons has got to pick a lane. How many Cole Stangle fans we have in the crowd? Davey Salmons is going to pick the inside. Cole Stangle on the outside. They start at the black billboard and the white billboard. Here we go. All right, gang, get your dollar bills out. How many Cole Stangle fans we got? I can't hear you. How many Cole Stangle fans? How many Davey Salmons fans? I know he's got some fans here. Come on. All right, pick your poison. It's time to keep your eyes on your guys and one hand on your flies. Here we go. You know better. You know better than to stand up against the fence. Hey. All right, we got another fan to pick a burger. But here we go. Lights are out. Pick your poison. Here we go. Get your dollar bills out. Here we go. Salmons and Stangle. Here we go. That's the half lap. Here we go. Salmon's on the inside, Stangle on the outside. Stangle keeping his foot in the throttle as they go into turns 1 and 2. Salmon's on the inside, Stangle on the outside. Here we go. Stangle said, nope, I'm not going to give up. Here we go. Salmons is going to win it. All right. Now, we get another burger to pick. Pick your burger, babe. Number 24, DJ Hunt. DJ Hunt. And he gets lane choice. Keep your burger, babe. DJ Hunt gets lane choice. How many DJ Hunt fans we have in the crowd? Come on now, I know there's more DJ Hunt fans than that. How many DJ Hunt fans? How many Davy Salmons fans? What? How many Davy Salmons fans? That's better. All right, DJ Hunt's got lane choice. We'll see what he picks, either the top or the bottom. Track is a little slick out there, but it's still smooth. Salmon's a feature winner. Hunt's been a feature winner here. All right, get your dollar bills out. There they go. Now, if they get mad at Chris Moore, they can just take him out on the front stretch. Who could get mad at this guy? All right, Chris has got it under control. Half a lap. Green flag between the black and the Mancini. Here we go. Green is out. Side by side in 3. DJ Hunt is on the hunt. And here comes Salmon's back on the bottom. Here he goes down the front. Oh, here we go. Up top where Grandpa hides the good stuff, but Salmon's is on the bottom and he's wheeling. Hunt not giving up. Salmon's, little bit of brake checking. Can't see my lights. Here I go. Salmon's is 2 for 2. All right, we got another victim. Grab a burger. Pick a burger. Pick a burger. What number? Number 27, Tanner Van Dorn. He'll have a lane choice. Tanner Van Dorn. How many Tanner Van Dorn fans do we have? He should have a lot. How many Tanner Van Dorn fans? How many Davy Salmon fans? How many people think Davy Salmons is going to run the table? What are you guys, asleep? Come on now. Cheer for your favorite. Let's go. Tanner Van Dorn on the inside. Davy Salmons on the top side. Here we go. Tanner Van Dorn going to make his car real wide. He grabs the lead. He comes off to turn number 4. Salmon's quick on the bottom. Side by side, going into 1. Tanner Van Dorn on the outside. Salmon's on the inside. Van Dorn with a little bit of an edge. Who's going to lift? Who's going to lift? I'm not. You're not. Let's see. Van Dorn on the outside. Salmon's on the inside. Salmon! Oh my, that's a hat trick in my book. Tanner Van Dorn. How about that Salmons guy? He wants to make the front page of the race paper, I think. Number 72, Jim Halsworth. Jim Halsworth. The boss is over here radioing in for me. Halsworth. In the white number 72. How many Jim Halsworth fans we got? Come on, gang. There we go. How many Salmons fans do we have? How many many Spencer fans do we have? How about George Karras? They're not in the match races. Knock it off. All right, here we go. Salmons, Halsworth. Halsworth doing the burnout. All right, guys. This is what you stole your brother's lunch money for right here. The match races. Here we go. Halsworth will take the inside, Salmons on the outside. Salmons is 3 for 3. Is he going to run the table? There's a lot of good blood in here. I see Pouch Jr., I see Buck. Here we go. Oh, Halsworth on the inside. I'm going to rough you up a little bit, but that ain't going to work. Salmons. Halsworth not letting him get away, but Salmon's going to edge him off at turn number 2. Here they go. Into number 3. Salmons now, nice and easy. 4 in a row. You know, not too long ago, a guy named Gary Butler ran the table here. He's over in the pits helping his son. All right, this is one of our flaggers. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ringo's Rocket is next. Ryan Godown will be called out now to face Davey Salmons. How many Salmons fans we got now? How did that all change since he's racing Godown? How many Godown fans we got? All right, he's got a rocket in his pocket. Let's see what he's got. So far, Salmons has been perfect. How many Ryan Godown fans? How many Davey Salmons fans? Remember, Rubbin's racing in turn 1. I feel a slider coming from the bottom. Let's see. And you know Godown ain't going to lift. That ain't happening. So this could be the best one of the night. Although Buck's still sitting in there and so is Pouch. Here we go! All right, I'll let you do that. I'll come off before you. Here comes Godown. Oh, Boise, Idaho. Ryan Godown down the backstretch. Opens up about 2-3 car lengths. The Rocket. Proving he is the Rocket as he comes off of turn number 4, and he'll win this one. Let's hear for Davey Salmons. He's done a hell of a job. He's done a hell of a job. All right, all you Godown fans, get your dollars out now, okay? Get your dollars out.
$200 for Davey Salmons.
928. Mr. Borden, come on out here. You got to face Mr. Godown. How many Borden fans we got? He should have every fan here. If you don't want Godown to win, you should be rooting for Borden. How many Borden fans? All right, here he comes in the 928 Valco Wheel Special. He's going to take, he gets choice, he's going to take, come on, Ryan, let's go. He's on the inside. This could get very interesting here. All right, Godown on the outside, Borden on the inside. How many Borden fans we got? How many Godown fans we got? All right, green is out. Here they go. There you go. That's how it's done. Keep with them. Keep with them. Come on. Godown on the outside. Borden on the inside. Borden not giving up. He slides her through there. Godown nice and easy. Borden staying right with him. Godown putting the smack down as he comes down the front. That's 2 in a row. We got 4 burgers left. 4 burgers left. Uh-oh. Let's see what he's got. What is that? Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Buck in the number 6. Danny Buck, come on out. You're the next contestant on The Race is Right. How many Danny Buck fans we got? Turn one, I can't hear you. How many Danny Buck fans do I have down there? How many Ryan Go Down fans? All right, Danny Buck, let's see what he does. I think he's going to take the inside. And I also think, I don't know, this could get fun. This could get real fun. I hope the rubbers are tight and fastened on them cars. There we go. Buck going to stay right with him. Buck's got the horsepower. Let's see what he's got. Down the front they come side by side. Danny Buck. Ryan, go down. High, wide, and handsome off of 2. Buck down. Used up all the brake in turn 2. Go down. Trying that high, wide, and handsome. Line him up. Top where Grandpa hides the good stuff. But it's Danny Buck. He eliminates Go Down. Sit down, Dina. Are you happy now? Best racing around. Best racing around. You got the best drivers around. We got a burger. The silent assassin, Paul Mancini. Bring Paulie out here. How many Paul Mancini fans we got? Come on now. I hear a cowbell. We need more cowbell. Okay. Let's see. Paul's a little slow sometimes. He's out there changing the radio. Here he comes. Paul Mancini. Let's see what lane he picks here. How many Mancini fans we got? How many Danny Buck fans we got? Chris Moore has no fingernails left. All right, Chris Moore said Mancini is going to win it. Any bets from you guys over here with the dollar bills? Chris Moore says Mancini is going to take them out. Here we go. Oh, Precious Paul on the inside, side by side off of 4. Here they come. Nope. What happened? They said Paul jumped. That's because he heard you betting on him. That's why. He heard Chris Moore was betting on him. He said, I can go. That's right. Chris said let that go. Now Buck jump. What are we doing? Yo, Chris Moore, what's that? Oh my. Go again. I think they should go again. I think they should let them go again. All right, they're going again. Send Mancini back on the track. The 7 is coming back. See, you ask and you shall receive. Thank you, Chris Moore. Unless he don't want to. Let's see if he comes up the top of turn 4. Rob, send him back out. Send him back out, Rob. Here he comes! Now how many Paul Mancini fans we got? How many Danny Buck fans we got? All right, this is fun. This is great. Is Pouch the only car left? Johnny Bangs is in there too. Okay. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Mancini on the inside, Buck on the other side. Just blink your eyes. It'll act like it never happened. Here we go. That's a good start. Danny Buck trying to make up some distance. He does. He's side by side in the 1 and 2. Mancini, the youngster, trying to put it on the veteran. He ain't giving up. Danny Buck. Here comes Danny Buck. Shut down the Facebook page because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. They're going to blame it on you, Chris, not me. All right, here we go. Who do we have now, dear? Show me. The 323 of Johnny Bang Bang Bangs. So that means the kid's kid is sitting there all by himself, taking a nap, eating a hamburger. Meanwhile, Johnny Bang Bang.
He's got that new 525 motor under the hood, right?
All right, we're going to find out. Oh, Ride 'em Cowboy, here we go. Johnny Bangs, how many Johnny Bangs fans we got? Don't forget your 50-50s. Johnny Bangs, Danny Buck, how many Bangs fans? How many Buck fans? All right, here we go, Johnny Bangs. Got one of them new motors in. Buck's going to let him go. Going to come off for 4. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, you take the high road, I'll take the low road, and I'll meet you at the checker flag in a minute. Buck still on the gas. Johnny Bangs doing a wonderful job. Buck can't find no speed off of 4. Here comes Johnny Bangs! My, oh my, oh my. Daring Dan, the stock car man, goes to the pits, and here comes Johnny Bangs. Let's make it official. Somebody grab a burger. There's one more. Who's going to grab it? I wonder who it could be. The number 1, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. Now this should sound like thunder, okay? And if it don't, there's something seriously wrong here. How many Pouch fans do we have? How many want to see an upset and see Johnny Bangs take him out? There's no booing in racing. Are you lost? Okay, here we go. It's all Dawn's fault. She showed up. Every time she shows up, I go crazy. All right, here we go. Pouch. Johnny Bangs takes the outside. Let's see. Come on, John. Come on, Johnny Bangs. Billy Pouch. Here we go. Johnny Bangs on the inside. Pouch got a problem. Whoop, wait a minute. Pouch has got a right rear flat. What do we do now, Mr. Moore? He got a right rear flat. Does he get to change it and come back out? Phil, can he change it and come back out? Yes. Yes? Chris Moore, let Pouch change his right rear and come back out. Johnny, come take a nap. Johnny's like, wait a minute. It looks like Johnny may have a left front flat. Kenny, does he have a left front flat down there? Johnny Bangs can go to the pits and get his left front fixed. What drama we have here, kiddies? All right, Billy, change your flat. Johnny's going to change his. Add some more gear, tear-offs, fuel, whatever you need. It's a one-lap dash, kids. Oh, my. right, so they're going to let them change their flats, and then they're going to come out. So this gives you time to get all your bets ready. Did they touch? They're going to change them and come back out. You all right with that, Phil?
I'm excellent with that, yeah. Listen, you know what I forgot to tell you? All the stuff gets fixed around here from our company. There's a guy named Chris Plichta. And Chris Plichta busts his ass here every week. And day and night, that guy does everything here, takes care of everything. So, you know, we may be the name Oliver behind what gets fixed around here. But that guy Plick, he's the one that really has his hands in everything and fixes it all. Thank you very much, Plick.
Chris is the guy that takes care of the microphone stuff, takes care of the computer stuff. I call Chris during the week. He's like, what's up? And he helps me with a lot of things, not only at the racetrack. He's a great guy. Next time you see him hanging out with Phil, he's the ball-headed guy. But he's a really sweet guy. He's a great tech. Thanks, Chris, for everything you do here at New Egypt Speedway. All right, now, Jack Butler. Pout's going to go get his right rear taken care of. That's if they want to. That's what Chris Moore always says, if they want to.
Have them come down here for the bikes after this.
Okay. Let me get my eyeballs on, Chris. I'm old. All right, you can come down for your bikes after this race. Emma Cox, Serenity Voorhees, Evan DeLuca, and Jordan. Come down and get your bikes after the match race. One more time, bike winners, Emma Cox, Serenity Voorhees, Evan DeLuca, and Jordan. After the match races, come get your bicycle. So Jack Butler had to make some repairs. This gives him a chance to see if they've done the right thing. If they didn't, somebody's getting yelled at in the pits. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, the Olivers are out here waiting to pay people.
Well, the car looks pretty good there, Nick. He'll have his work cut out for him. He starts 20th in the feature.
I think he can make it from the back. He's done it before. He can do it again. All right, now, how many people think Johnny Bangs can hold off Billy Pouch Jr.? How many people think that Billy Pouch Jr. is just going to come out here and collect the money? I can't hear you. If I told you he was going to take us all out to breakfast if he won, would you yell louder? Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, you know, if this was the feature, they'd already been out here by now. They'd have changed that so quick, they'd have been out here by now. Yeah, they got to find a nice soft one. Now, if you guys want to know who won the modified feature at Wall Stadium? I know. James Blewett. All right, here they go. They're out. Oh, look at these tires. All right, here we go. A lot of thirst here tonight. Guys got to run twice. Guys got to change tires, underwear, socks. Okay, here we go. It's all Chris Moore's fault. Here we go. Oh, Pouch. Johnny Bangs, don't let him go, John. Come on. Pouch is your leader. Down the back stretch. Johnny Bangs not letting him get away. The kid's kid. Bottom surfing. And he's going to win the 500. All right, Billy Pouch Jr. I'm going out here with the Olivers. It's pay time. Pouch, who has been fast ever since he came here with this car. Marshall C-Rock, Marvel, Sportable Welding and Heavy, PTB Pole Barns, Rodata. Ladies and gentlemen, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr.
Cost me 500 to make 500.
He said it cost him 500 to make 500. I know your dad, but all cash, no coupons. Here's 5.
Hey, this guy's probably one of the diehards of this sport here. I got to thank Phil Oliver and PJ and the kids over here, man. We've been friends. God, I think forever, man. I owe a lot to these guys, so thank you all. That's funny, isn't it? Interesting match race. I didn't realize that was the last car until I came in. I thought Jack Butler was still out there, so I was like, oh, shoot. Hats off to Phil Oliver, and it's coming down to 3 and 4 there. I just knew if I parked it on the bottom, and I just kind of kept it straight, and we were fighting for the same real estate, so cool deal. I'll take the 500. Thanks to Phil, PJ. Thanks to Marvels, Pioneer, Radata, Shackleton Steakhouse, Atlantic Sprinkler, Morgantini, Marshall, C-Rock, B&G, Ken's Tire and Insinger, and everyone who makes this go around. Kind of cool week. We had a really good car there. I'm hoping Fred will give me a little top up there in the corner, and we can roll around here. So it'll be good. These guys do a great job. I enjoyed. Thanks to the fans for coming out.
Well, it's good to be in victory lane with you, boy. I haven't done this in a while. I almost forgot, but this is match races. Can make the adjustments for the feature. Maybe I'll see you later.
Yeah, has it been that long since I've been here? I feel like it's been like 2 months, but we've only ran 3 times. So we'll get back. We got a good car. We got a good piece. We got a great group of people, and we'll keep working and doing what we got to do.
Let's hear it for Billy Pouch Jr. He gets it done.
So recapping the match races, Davey Salmons won the first 4 for $200. Ryan Godown won the next 2 for $100. And then Danny Buck got $100 for winning 2. Johnny Banks picked up 1 win. He gets $50. And Billy Pouch Jr. winning $500 in the final by winning the final race. Once again, thanks to Oliver Communication Group for sponsoring our match races, and I believe next week we have the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman running match races here. So if you like what you saw, we'll do it next week with the Sportsman cars. This is your official intermission period. It is time to just work the track real quick here, and we are going to get on with the program after that. If you're watching on YouTube, we're going to play some different things for you to keep you entertained during intermission. Just make sure you're tuned back in if you walk away to the kitchen to get a sandwich, and you get back about 20 minutes or so. And for all the fans here, head on down to the concession stand. Here come the bicycles being ridden out by some people. Chris Moore trying to relive his glory years. And our bike winners, we'll announce them one more time for you. I know Nick announced them before. I have them right here. It is Emma Cox, Serenity Voorhees, Evan DeLuca, and Jordan. No last name on Jordan's entry, but Jordan is the 5th or the 4th winner of the bicycle. So that's your bike winners tonight.
I got it. Any complaints, go to Chris Moore. Finally, we get to have some racing, have some nice weather. It's starting to cool down a little bit. That'll make it real nice for our features. I appreciate each and every one of you coming here tonight and being with us for the match races. It was a blast. Got to thank Phil Oliver and PJ Oliver. All you race fans for being diehards here at New Egypt Speedway, thank you very much for what you do. Spending your money to come here to be with us on a Saturday night, trust me, it's been a blast. Spencer, who is now a co-champion at New Egypt Speedway in the rookie division, got out there. Spencer, who is now a co-champion at New Egypt Speedway in the rookie division, got out there. You won the first one. He got out there. He won the second one. It's only fitting that you two shared the championship. It was between you and him all along. So you can't feel bad about that when you battle with a guy all year long. You got 4 wins. He got 4 wins, seconds. So you got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, congrats to him as well. He worked hard for that just as hard as I did. A couple times we went back and forth, but I can't thank everybody who helps us deal out enough. All the sponsors, John Blue Incorporated, Over the Rainbow, Rick's Garage, Accurate Accounting, Precision Hydraulics, Higfab Chassis for the great chassis. Design for Vision, SRT, Valco, Lions Construction, Hamilton Auto Clinic, Custom Tees for you and Party Rentals for you, and Hamilton Auto Clinic, and all the equipment stuff. But I can't really thank anybody enough, especially Dad for putting all his money into this, just so he get to do what I love to do. And George Garris and John Banks for honestly giving me this whole opportunity to finish out the season as well. We went out in the crate feature tonight. We're progressively going forward. We were progressively getting better, more comfortable. I believe the right rear started to go away, and I got around and got hit. But, everything is good. But I think next week will be all right. Hopefully we qualify for the Crate Classic.
All right, he's a champion. Aiden Spencer. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
All right.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Sing. Modified feature, green and clean through 1 and 2 and down the back. Venezia grabbing the early lead from Cormier. 3 wide for third already as Mancini dives down on the bottom of Hunt and Dupree. They'll come down the front straightaway that way and into turn number 1. We've had 4 winners in 5 events here. Look out, car upside down hard in turn number 2. Row number 4 with Go Down and Buck as we go back to green. Into 1 and 2, 4 wide momentarily there. Now they're down to 3 wide with Go Down and Buck side by side, making a 3 wide with Mancini. The top 3 are nose to tail, Venezia, Cormier, and Hunt. Venezia is going to lead lap 4, Go Down and Buck to 4th and 5th. Mancini is 6th. He tries to cross back over. Borden right behind him. Then Tanner, Van Doren, and Pouch. Down the back, Venezia leading the way into turn number 3. Cormier in the 2nd spot. Go Down digging hard on the inside. He will get under DJ Hunt into the 3rd spot. Look out, turn 4. We got a car facing the wrong way on a one-way street. Alongside, here they come racing. Back underway, got a 3 wide racing going on. Back in the middle of the pack, we got everybody moving down the backstretch. A lot of shuffling for position off of turn 4. Go Down around the outside, and Go Down leads lap number 6, and now we're gonna have a yellow. We did get the lap in. The leader, Ryan Go Down, he kicks the wheel, and we are green. And we're back underway with the modifieds through 1 and 2 is Go Down leading Cormier down the back. Cormier right behind him, and DJ Hunt, Tanner Van Doren now up to 4th. but Mancini underneath him as they go side by side for the position. Hey, here comes Go Down in the rest of the field, and we are back to racing. In the 1 and 2, Go Down sliding up to the top there in front of Cormier. Cormier right on his back bumper. Van Doren to the bottom. TVD looking for second spot, and here comes Danny Buck under Van Doren. Good friends off the track. Buck down on the bottom. He'll pull a slider, trying to go 2 for 1. He gets both, but here comes Van Doren under both him and Cormier.
Ryan Go Down through turns 1 and 2. He's got a straightaway lead over second place through the tri-oval, through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Ryan Go Down is your winner of the modified 30-lap feature. Battle for second to the line. It's going to be TBD over Danny Buck.
And whoever has the Ryan Go Down Frisbee, come on down to victory lane. Let's hear it for the Ringo's Rocket. Ryan Go Down.
All right, we're here with Aiden Spencer, XDP Driver Questions of the Week, Extreme Diesel Performance. I'm going to ask you some questions and give me your honest answers as best in your ability. What's your hometown?
New Egypt. We're right up the road, about 5-10 minutes from here.
Oh, so you could drive the car home if you had to.
Yeah, pretty much. We're that close.
All right, now, mind you guys, this 921 tonight, they have 2 features, and we will crown a rookie champion tonight. It's going to be him or Hunter Plosky, so we could be interviewing our first champion here. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway?
It's close to home, and that's where the car owner, George Garris, wants to race, so it's close for him, close for us, so it works out.
All right. What is your favorite racetrack besides New Egypt Speedway?
To race at, I'm going to have to go Lakeview down in South Carolina.
Okay.
That's a great place, great people run it, We're going to head down there, I think in November, October, one of those months for a race. So, and probably to watch, I like Port Royal, watching the sprint cars there or Eldora.
Okay. See that? The man that knows how to answer a question. All right, who is your favorite race car driver?
I have to go Jimmy Blewett on that one. He's been backing us for a while, But other than that, I think NASCAR, I have to go with Kyle Busch.
All right, Kyle Busch, a Kyle Busch fan. All right. What is your favorite racing memory as to date?
Probably the first win, picking up the first rookie win here this year. And that's a pretty good feeling, Memorial Day weekend, we got lucky with the rain, But I definitely had to go with that.
All right. The last question, that's a racing question. Why do you race?
One night, a couple of years back, Jimmy Blewett called my dad and offered me to race one of his flat carts, and ever since then we've been going, We've moved up to the cage champ carts, and now we're here on a crate car, so can't be mad about that. I got to thank him for giving us the opportunity way back, to help out. But he's the whole reason we started, so it's fun, I love it. It's definitely something I want to keep going.
All right, and hopefully you will. And he may be crowned the champion tonight. All right, here we go. Non-racing questions. What is your favorite ice cream?
Probably going to have to go creamsicle.
Creamsicle. Okay, that's a first for that, right, Ian? All right, what's your favorite food?
Might have to go my dad's homemade tacos on that one. That one's pretty.
Homemade tacos. All right, when's taco night? Tuesday?
Sometimes Sundays, after a nice night of washing the car.
All right, I'm going to have to come over to your house for taco night. All right, well, you don't drink alcohol, so what is your favorite beverage to drink?
Probably Dr. Pepper.
All right, Dr. Pepper. All right, favorite TV show or movie?
This one's tough. I don't really watch a lot of TV, but I'm going to have to go Chicago Fire for TV show, and probably going to have to go one of the Rocky movies for a movie.
Okay. Dog or cat?
Definitely no doubt a dog.
Okay. What do you hope to accomplish in 2025?
Hopefully we're crowned the rookie champion tonight, upcoming this couple hours from now. hopefully we sweep the night for the rookies and end up being the champion.
All right. Well, we appreciate you doing the 10 questions for DDP and XDB, and hopefully later on I'll come talk to you. You'll be a champion, and I'll share a drink with you. It won't be alcoholic, but we'll share a drink.
Yeah, hopefully, hopefully I end up getting George's first rookie championship. That'd be a good accomplishment for him and I both. This might be George's last full season up here. He's thinking about moving south, and it'd be cool to get him a rookie championship before he moves.
All right, Aiden Spencer, he drives this 921. He could be a champion tonight. All right, live here at Ryan Godown. Just got done winning the feature. Well, that adds to your resume for the Hall of Fame, my man.
Yeah. Car was good all night, right? It's just, we did a little lack of gear. The track was good. I mean, a little character, but would have made good for racing. And I got through a couple breaks on my way. You know how it goes here. You need the brakes. And our setup was a lot better than it's been the last couple of weeks. So something to work off of and build off of. And I guess I can't thank Stefan LaFrance or Chick Race Parts to been working real hard at getting us better. And it's a hard thing down here, right? On American racers, we're running stuff that nobody else runs on shock-wise. And sometimes you're going to struggle until you figure it out. And unfortunately, it took us some struggling to really make some changes and try to get it the right way.
Well, we talked about that before. I told you, I said, Ryan, I don't want to tell you that you're struggling, but I figured you would have won a couple by now. And you said, we're working on it. We'll get it. We'll gain on it with all the rainouts and stuff. Now, we're coming up middle of July. Now we're going to go into, September and all that other good stuff. And a lot of big races coming up at the end of the year. You get inducted into the Hall of Fame here. You got to feel pretty good. The car was fast. I mean, you made the moves you had to make there, and you got out front. And you let them sit a little bit. That's the old Ryan Godown that I know.
Yep. And then, listen, you just got to run it. And, brakes went our way. And, it was nice to see Cormier up front, have him have a good run. He's been struggling motor-wise, car-wise. But finally, you see him. I don't know what he finished, but it was good to run with him. And just a good morale boost for the crew. Myself, you get your punched in for a few times. And you start second-guess some of the moves you do and some of the things you ask for in the car, and then you just gotta really it's funny. I talk to my mom and dad, which up there a lot. So when you talk to them and you give that no give up attitude, and when everybody's got a little down in the shop and wondering what's going on, and telling it, a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks goes on, and what you do is you just sit down and we're all one good team, and you got to be a positive and make every bit positive. You're going to have bad nights. It's racing. You look at all the best of the best out there, and they struggle at times, and you see it. And then some years they wax them. So, I think we're just something to build on, and I still think there's ways to go, but at least it's a good basic and, somewhere to go.
Well, you won last night. You won tonight. It's been a little while since Ryan Godown swept the weekend. I don't know what you're doing tomorrow. Maybe going fishing, catch a couple fish.
Middletown tomorrow.
Middletown tomorrow. Well, hell, how about a hat trick? That would be nice.
That would be great, right? No, but what's good too is we're getting in the groove of racing, right? I mean, there for a while, you had 2-3 weeks. You race here, you race there, and you kind of just don't get in that groove, So who knows? I mean, it's just you got to keep racing. I feel like when you race every week, you get in that groove and you learn a little bit, and it attracts everything. And like I said, it starts with everybody in the shop and the crew and getting all the cars and the motors done, and getting a good, so.
Ringo's Rocket is back, ladies and gentlemen. Go to Middletown and give them hell, right? Thank you.
Hope so. Thank you.
Good job. Yep.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
This time by as Robbie Steinmetz and Kelly Fleming leave the field of 4 cylinders through turns 1 and 2. 13 cars take the green. We're missing one. Look at Kyle Hurley. He gets a big bump draft push by Bobby Drayton to go right up the middle. Battle for the lead this time by through 3 and 4. Here comes Joe Gary Sr. to the inside of Robbie Steinmetz. They're 2 and 3 wide. There goes Dale Moe. He's facing the inside wall.
And the 4 cylinders charge into turns 1 and 2. Joe Gary on the inside. 3 wide. Here comes Robbie Steinmetz. Oh, he's going to be in the wall. There he goes. Hard with the right rear to the wall. We will see. Oh, and now he tags Drayton. All that battling for second has allowed Degler to pull out to a 5-car length advantage. Justin Dunn, Joe Gary, Kyle Hurley, and here comes Kelly Fleming up to 5th. 4th, 5th, and 6th, and 7th also now closing up with their race within a race back in the pack. Kyle Hurley sideways, he might have a problem. A tire going down, he's got a right rear tire on Kyle Hurley. Right rear flat tire on the 23 as Eric Degler now challenges with Justin Dunn for the lead. Side by side, fender to fender, wheel to wheel for the lead back into 3. And now Eric Degler gets out of the groove, and that'll allow Justin Dunn to get the lead. This time by, it's the high hour lap. 5 laps to go, 5 to go as the yellow flag comes out. 6 laps to go as the 4 cylinders fan out 2 and 3 wide on the restart. It's just like Pocono. No, it's nothing like Pocono, but it's fun to say that. All right, here we go. Eric Degler out front. Justin Dunn is second. Joe Gary, Dale Mull, and Kelly Fleming in the 44. Kyle Hurley just took out, absolutely harpooned Kelly Fleming. Kyle Hurley, you naughty, naughty boy. Here we go. Look on your upper left-hand corner of the screen, folks. Boom. Yeah, it looks like Kyle Hurley just got in way too hot over his head. Eric Degler, after an exciting lap number 9, in the lead. Here comes Justin Dunn right behind him. Dale Mull with a good run in 3rd. Joe Gary and Bobby Drayton the 4th, your top 5. Eric Degler, problems with the 19. He misses a shift out of turn. No, he's got a right front flat. Flat tires galore in this feature. Things of that nature. Here we go. They're all bunched up, nose to tail. 4 laps to go. Dale Mull dives to the inside. He's going to try to snooker Justin Dunn on the restart. Grabs a gear and battles for the lead through 1 and 2. Dale Mull muscles his way, and now Justin Dunn with problems. Justin Dunn with problems in the 69. Justin Dunn dropping through the pack. He might have a flat tire. Dale Mull, a half a lap from his first career victory at New Egypt. Entering turn 3 and 4. He looks good. He can see the twin checkers waving down the front stretch. Dale Mull goes into the record books as a feature winner at New Egypt. Grabbing a hold of the roll cage, pulling himself out of the door. First career win for Dale Mull.
And if you're watching on YouTube, welcome back. Cars just taking to the track for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman feature event, which will be 25 laps. And this is how they are going to line up. Starting on the pole, driving the Spellbound Brewery number 34, Dylan Morris. Lining up alongside of Morris. Outside the front row out of Beechwood, he was our rookie champion a year ago, driving the number 43, Stephen Puglisi Jr. Third starting spot in the Flemington Auto Body, number 17, out of Washington, New Jersey. That is Dan Fleming. And lining up alongside of Fleming in the G&T Erectors, number 32C, David Malozar. Malozar also a former rookie champion. Fifth starting spot, a driver who she was very close to her first win a couple of races ago. Keep your eye on her. Driving the Shockwave Racing Technologies, number 1W, that is Lexi Wilson. And lining up alongside of Wilson, a veteran, driving the 3WP Will Protinick. Seventh starting spot in the PBA Local 160, number 18R. That is Ryan Krasinski from Somerset. And lining up alongside of Krasinski, our defending champion in the Sportsman division. Driving the Belmont's Garage, Hessert Chevrolet, number 14, Ryan Simmons. Ninth starting position in the Aeros Industries, number 41 is Nick Van Wickle. Van Wickle a heat winner tonight. And starting alongside of Van Wickle, driving the Hugs for Brady Lions Construction, number 88, Glenn McIntyre. 11th starting spot. Feature winner this year on opening night, back on May 3rd, driving the STTC number 5W is Pat Wall, and starting alongside of him, currently second in the point standings, former Open Sportsman champion here in the Premio Sausage, number 72, is Steve Davis. 13th starting spot, our current point leader. In the short load ready mix concrete, number 04, that is Mikey Butler. And lining up alongside of Butler, two-time winner this year. He drives the number 18 out of Parkertown, New Jersey. That's Ryan Heim. Matt Ellery from South Plainfields in the Ellery's Pub and Neighborhood Pub and Grill, number 29. He will start 15th. Then it'll be John Norsha out of North Brunswick in the number 81, starting in 16th. Ryan Marr from Neptunes in the 51. He'll go 17th. One of our co-rookie champions that's just crowned last week. That is Aiden Spencer in the 921, starting 18th. Ethan Bill won the consolation tonight. He's a feature winner this year. He'll start 19th in the number 14. Then it'll be Mike Toth in the 89. Row 11, John Scarpati is in the S2. Hunter Plosky, the other co-rookie champion, is in the 27, and the last row, the 29J of Cale Van Nort, and the 3 of Chris Bergstrom. Bergstrom also graduated the rookie class last Saturday night. 24 cars will go 25 laps as the car is getting into position now. We will have a wave lap once we get them aligned here and get the lineup correct. Malozar making his way around. He belongs on the outside of row 2 in the 32C, and he pulls into his starting slot. Ethan Bill slow on the front stretch, now picking up the pace, but he's pulling up on the outside here. Needs to talk to the flagger. Bill having a great start to his first ever season as a regular after winning the track championship down south. And he got a win in his second ever race here as a regular. He had run a few special shows before, and he is currently third in points after 5 races. Mike Butler in the 04 is the current point leader by 2 points over Steve Davis in the 72. Ethan Bill is 10 points behind Davis in third, and at number 14. Pat Wall is 2 points behind him in the 5W, and then Nick Van Wickle is 22 points behind Pat Wall in fifth. Matt Ellery in the number 29 is 6, 2 points behind Van Wickle. Ryan Heim in the 18 and Ryan Simmons in the 14 are tied for 7th, 5 points behind Ellery. Mike Toth is 9th. Glenn McIntyre is 10th in points coming into tonight. All right, this is going to be your wave lap. Wave something that's in sight, something white that's in sight, something green that can be seen, something blue off of you, wave your hand, your cell phone, wave both hands over your head. They'll wave back at you as we get ready to go Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman feature racing here the next time around. "24 cars lined up 2 by 2, 12 rows of 2. All the lights have been turned out. The officials are in their posts. The New Egypt Speedway pace truck makes the left into the infield. It is time to go Sportsman racing here at the New Egypt Speedway feature event time racing. And we're underway for the first time. Whoa, we got a car facing the wrong way and a car into him. And a couple more piled in, and we have a yellow out quickly. And we have cars scattered on the backstretch as well into the infield in a separate incident. Puglisi is slow down the back. Van Wickle into the infield. He comes back out. Ryan Krasinski into the infield. The point leader, Mike Butler, is stopped in the infield into a bunch of tires in the 04. There's another car stopped in the middle of the backstretch. Meanwhile, the original accident that was happening farther back. The other car in the backstretch is the 51 of Ryan Simmons. And the cars involved in turn 2 are that was Glenn McIntyre who spun in turn 2, and you'll see that happen here near the back of the field. There, that happens off your screen because the camera's on the front. They happen simultaneously. Look out, cars scattering into the infield. Van Wickle and Krasinski, and it kind of kept going. I know Mike Butler was into the tires in there. Had to back up to get out of there. Ryan Morris stopped in the middle there. The other cars in the other side in turn 2 in the back of the field were Glenn McIntyre got completely backwards. John Norsha hit him very hard and got up in the air. And then Mike Toth in the 89 and the S2 of John Scarpati came in shortly thereafter and made it a 4-car pileup. Let's see, we'll watch the front this time. Well, let's see, we got a replay in turn 2 here. Whoa, and it was at the very front. Fleming and another car, I think it was Van Wickle, got together. There's the accident farther back. And we're going to play the first replay so we can see the front one again. But that was a good angle there of the one in the back with McIntyre getting around. And that's the one I was watching. I thought that was what the yellow was for. So let's watch up front here. It'll be coming up right there. One car gets high into the fence. That was Puglisi, and he slowed down, and that caused everybody to scatter. That's why Puglisi was moving so slow, and I believe he went to the pits in the 43. Mike Butler has just returned from the pits in the 04. We're going to look one more time. That last replay looked as if the 43 broke coming out of turn 2 and made a left across traffic. Well, there definitely was contact between him and Dan Fleming, and I don't know if they broke or if they just got together. Fleming jumped his left front wheel, which straightened him out. And then with Puglisi off the pace and up near the outside guardrail, everybody scattered. A couple guys got into the outside guardrail, came across traffic, and it was mayhem there. We got one more angle we're going to show you here. If you're watching on YouTube, we're looking for another one. We are still under red as they are taking cars that are hooked together down there in turn 2. So there is, it looked like just Puglisi and Fleming just tried to occupy the same space on the track. That's the accident at the back of the field there with McIntyre getting around, which also could have been a chain reaction from what was going on up front, because everybody was on the brakes. And of course, these cars don't have brake lights. You don't know that. Yep. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5 cars banging off other cars over there. Ryan Marr ended up facing the wrong way. Well, he's still over there sideways. And Mike Butler ended up in the infield on a tractor tire. A couple other cars have just come out of the pits and rejoined at the rear there. We'll pick them up when they come by. And another car coming out. Looks like they're picking Mike Toth up on the hook. Oh, he's hooked together with John Scarpati. They got Glenn McIntyre unhooked. Looks like McIntyre has rejoined at the rear. Might be Norsha that came back out too, which he hit McIntyre hard. I got some airtime there, but he did throw it sideways. Tell you what, somehow Nick Van Wickle and Ryan Krasinski ended up in the infield, but they kept the car going and got back out onto the track. You can see them both lined up front here. Ryan Simmons bounced off a couple of cars and kept on going. Like a pinball back there. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a big accident there. And it just looked like Puglisi and Dan Fleming just got together. Puglisi was up high. Fleming was in the middle and slid up. And the right rear of Fleming went over the left front of Puglisi, which the way Puglisi's car reacted was almost like he just jumped off the throttle and the car veered left across traffic and everybody had to scatter. Puglisi did keep moving, but very slowly, and then went to the pit area. We'll see if he's one of the cars back. It's hard for me to see high in turn 4 here of who came back out. There's another angle on YouTube of the accident farther back, which I still think could have been a chain reaction with everybody jumping on the brakes with all the mayhem ahead of them. McIntyre was starting there back near the back of the top 10. I think he started 10th. That's not that far away from that, all that mayhem. Well, that was the first lap, so it's a complete restart except for who was in the accident and went to the pits, which will be a few cars. And you see Mike Toth ends up getting the worst of it here. Wrecker picking him up from the front, and John Scarpati also picked up from the front. So both of them requiring wrecker service here on the first lap. Mike Toth was 9th in points coming into tonight. And Scarpati tied for 14th. Definite broken front end on Scarpati. And Ryan Marr does, and he's going to get a record too. It does look like his front end is broken on the camera here on YouTube. Both wheels turned very hard left, more than those cars usually turn. Marr, yet another former rookie champion in this field. All right, yellow lights are back on, so the cars can move again, and they'll pull up here behind the pace truck as they get told what position they're in. A little bit of a shake-up here. Well, folks, looking at this list I have in front of me, we do have quite a few rookie champions in the field here tonight for the Sportsman, going all the way back to 2018. As Ryan Heim was a 2018 champ. He's in the field tonight. David Malozar, our 2022 champ. Ryan Marr, our 2023 champ. Stephen Puglisi, our 2024 rookie champion. And then our co-champions, both this year, both of them in the field. So that's 6 former rookie champions out of 24 cars, and that is a quarter of the field. Our last 4 years in a row were 5 champions because we had co-winners this year, and of course Ryan Heim from 2018. Couple of modified drivers also former rookie champions here. Paul Mancini was co-champion in 2020, and Danny Buck was our rookie champion in 2007. Just some fun facts for you. Cars rolling away. All right, folks, so the 17 of Dan Fleming is put to the rear for over-aggressive driving. You can see the damage on the right rear of his car. All right, so this is how they're lined up. Dylan Morris and the 32C of David Malozar are now on the front row. Ryan Simmons and Will Protinick are on row number 2. Nick Van Wickle and Pat Wall on row 3. Steve Davis and Ryan Heim on row 4. Matt Ellery. And I believe that's Hunter Pulaski is up into the top 10 already. He started 22nd. To show you how many cars went to the pits and got tangled up in this mess. The 921 Aiden Spencer and Ethan Bill are 11th and 12th. Then the last row at the start is now up to row number 7. Then Krasinski in the 18R. The 43 is Stephen Puglisi. The 88 of Glenn McIntyre. The 04 of Mike Butler. And the 17 of Dan Fleming now at the rear. So that's 19 out of the 24 starters left. We do not have a lap in. Five cars missing, which include John Norsha, Ryan Marr, John Scarpati, Mike Toth, and Lexi Wilson. Okay. Lights are out. Take 2 for the Swagger Factory Apparel Sportsman, and we are green. Quick 3 wide for the lead there as the front row had Ryan Simmons pull up on the inside as they move down the back. Malozar leading into turn 3 with Simmons right there. Van Wickle slipping through. Van Wickle in the 41 and the third as they come back down the front. Here comes Steve Davis along the inside. He's under Dylan Morris as well. Pat Wall trying to find some racing room. Ellery behind Wall, and then it's Heim and Protinick as they race through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Malozar in the lead. Look out! Oh, car up in the air. That's Hunter Pulaski, but he comes down on 4 wheels, and we got a bunch of cars piled in, and a couple of cars got together, and Dylan Morris broke sideways in front of the field, and he collects 5 cars into him, I believe, and then Hunter Pulaski went over him. Mike Butler is stopped. He will pull away and will catch up to the rear of the field. 2 more cars involve Hunter Pulaski, and a car behind him is spun up against him here. I know Dan Fleming's involved, Dylan Morris in the 34. Replay on YouTube if you're watching. See what happens here. The yellow 34 right there. Well, it almost looked like he broke because he was up high and the car turned left and was barely coasting from the fence right in front of the field. Rescue crew is on the scene checking all the drivers. We'll get a report when we have one.
Well, there is severe carnage down here off of turn number 4. The 29 is sitting on top of the 17 down here. And then Puglisi backed out, so did Ryan Heim. But, of course, with the red flag out, you can't move. Then you have Hunter Plosky over there with the 88 of Glenn McIntyre, and the 34 also sitting in front of the 17 and the 29. So they're going to have to take a hook and lift off the 29 car off of the 17 to clear this spot. That's why the cars are stopped over in turn 4, because there's no way to get through here. So hence the red flag. I got to give credit to all the safety apparatus that these guys wear and everything that they do. Everything done their job. Dan Fleming, of course, walked back to the pits. He's okay. Everything's okay over here, Pete.
Well, that's good to hear. These are the 8 cars that were involved. The 27 of Hunter Plosky and the 88 of Glenn McIntyre and the 04 of Mike Butler were the cars here on the straightaway. Butler immediately fired back up and went around and picked up the rear of the field over there. He was definitely involved and stopped at the accident scene. Then the other 5 cars piled up. Of course, Dylan Morris was the car that got sideways. The cars that got into him, the 18 of Ryan Heim, who pulled away and went to the pits with severe front end damage. The 43 of Stephen Puglisi, who also backed up and went to the pits. And you can see Morris's car on the hook there. And now that the car on the hook up in the air, that is the 29J at Cale Van Noort. He was on top of the 17 of Dan Fleming. And if I didn't say it, yeah, I said Stephen Puglisi in the 43. So that's the 8 cars. The 88, the 27, the 04, the 18, the 43, the 34, the 17, and the 29J. That's not often that you get 10 cars the first time, 4 in one and 6 involved in the other, or 5 involved in the other, plus a penalty, and then we run 2 laps and we have an 8-car pile up off of turn number 4. Folks, next week, let's take a look at our schedule coming up. Next Saturday night, August 2nd, it's New Egypt Auto Body Night. And the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series is back. The 305 is a very popular. And it'll be modifieds, the Mass 305 sprint cars, the XDP street stocks, and the vintage cars. So the crates are not here next week. Let me check my schedule. So the Sportsman match races are not next week. Somebody told me that, and I, instead of checking my notes, they are Saturday, August 16th. So Saturday, August 9th, 2 weeks from tonight, is the USAC East Coast Wingless Sprint Cars, the 360 USAC cars, along with the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman and the XDP Street Stocks again, and the 4 cylinders are back. And then 3 weeks from tonight, on Saturday, August 16th, is Oliver Communications Group night, and that is Katie's race for the modifieds, honoring the late Katie Mancini. Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman and the XDP Street Stocks and the Crate Sportsman match races are that night on the 16th of August. So if you like what you saw here, come back on the 16th for the Crate Sportsman match races as the wreckers towing those cars to the pits, and they'll be back out to pick up more cars here in a second. One of them holding the 29J up so they can get the 17 out from under it. Of course, these yellow flags sponsored by the Roost Restaurant up at Cream Ridge Golf Course, a couple of miles north of the Speedway. Visit them on the web at theroostrestaurant.com or on their Facebook page. Right after the races, you can head straight there and show them your wristband. You'll get your first domestic beer for free. That's every Saturday after the races. And it looks like Nick Leach is going to come out here. He's got the golf cart on the front straightaway, and we're going to pick some autographed pictures from Jim Brown Racing Photos. one of DJ Hunt, and one of Jack Butler from the respective baskets. But the big question, Nick, is who sold the most tickets?
Delay. There's a delay. Who sold the most tickets? That's what we want to know.
DJ Hunt by about 400.
Wow.
Jack's got to liven up a little bit. I told him already.
All right, Chris, you want to read it? Your eyes work.
Okay. For the DJ Hunt autograph picture, if you have the ticket, head to the main office. And keep your ticket. You're still alive for the 50-50 total. The DJ Hunt picture, 233349. Purple ticket, 233349. That's for the DJ Hunt picture.
How many people would like to hear Chris Moore up in the tower doing some play-by-play with Pete? What do you think? I think so.
All right, for the Jack Butler picture, it's a white ticket, 182639. White ticket, 182639. Head to the office to pick up the pictures.
I just don't want to wait till the Chili Bowl to hear you on the microphone, my man. Let's hear for Chris Moore, and let's hear for Jim Brown for giving us some pictures to give away. We appreciate that. I don't know. I don't know about that. I won't tell you what he said because I'm going to throw it out of here. So, all right, guys, go back out here and see if they can get these cars off the racetrack so we can go back racing. Somebody stole my golf cart.
So Stephen Puglisi being towed off. And now the 27 on the front straightaway here, Hunter Pulaski. As the wrecker backs up to Glenn McIntyre in the 88, who had a great start to the year. Well, this is going to thin out the field. We'll see how many can restart. I think there are only 10 or 11 cars over in turn 3. We'll see who else returns here. Ryan Simmons got pinballed around on that first one, ended up restarting third because of all the cars in front of him that were involved that didn't make it through. And now it looks like he's into the top 2, driving the Belmont's Garage number 14. Simmons, our defending champ. He's second on our all-time win list with 13 career wins. Still looking for his first win this year. It's been over a year since he's won here. He won on June 29th in 2024. That was his last win despite winning the championship, as Glenn McIntyre's car going down the ramp, and another car that was up on the outside of turn 4 now heading down the ramp. on the wrecker. Dan Fleming is out of the event. He had 12 wins. He has 12 wins, one behind Simmons. Looking at the active drivers in this field, Pat Wall, who I believe, yep, he's still out there. He's got 8 career wins, including one this May. Mike Butler has 6 career wins in the 0-4. Steve Davis also has 6 career wins. All right, Molozar and Simmons. Yellow lights are on. Steve Davis is up to 3rd. Nick Van Wickle is 4th in the 41. The 5W of Pat Wall is running 5th. Then it's the 29 of Matt Ellery. Ethan Bill in the 14, who started way back in 19th. Will Protinick in the 3WP. Aiden Spencer, one of our rookie graduates, is 9th currently. We have 2 laps complete. Ryan Krasinski is 10th. And then it's Mike Butler, and John Norsha has returned, and I believe he is 2 laps down. He was not out there on the last restart from the first accident. But they have gotten the car back together, and he's back out. So we have 11 cars on the lead lap and 1 car that has rejoined. So half the field is in the pits. And from the looks of a lot of those cars on the record, I don't anticipate a lot coming up the ramp right now. But there may be 1 or 2, and we're holding out hope here. Yellow light staying on. They got the track inspected. We got that car is pretty damaged there. I think that's Dan Fleming, 17, in the infield there on the wrecker. We've run 5 Crate Sportsman features this year, and we have not had, I think it's safe to say now, we have not had a lot of yellows in those races. We'd never jinx it ahead of time, but at this point, I don't think I can jinx it anymore. So this race a little out of character. We had 1 go non-stop. And a couple go quite a long ways without it. Only like 2 or 3 yellows or 1 yellow with big gaps in between. Well, we're going to restart with these 12 cars. The 81 is a couple laps down. Other than that, we have 11 cars on the lead lap. David Molozar and Ryan Simmons bringing them back to green, and we're underway. Molozar leading them through 1 and 2. Simmons up on the outside. Davis right there. Then it's Van Wickle. Ellery getting 5th from Pat Wall, but Wall fighting back. And Ethan Bill. Boy, we got some really good cars at the front of the field here as they come down the front. Mike Butler trying to work his way back through. Remember, he is the point leader. Very important that he was, even though he was involved, he was not really involved where the car got hurt. As he is limping back through the field here. They complete lap number 4. A lot more room to race here now with less cars. Davis taking over 2nd from Molozar and battling Simmons for the lead. Him and Ryan side by side entering turn number 3. Davis down on the bottom, and Davis will edge ahead less than a car length, but he is the leader of lap number 5. Simmons works his way back around. They are still side by side for the lead. Malozar third, Van Wickle and Ellery. Then Ethan Bill, and then Pat Wall and Mike Butler. That's your top 8 here as they complete lap 6 with Davis leading by a car length down. Simmons again gets a run and gets 2 wheels up alongside of Davis. Simmons hanging right with him. Up on the outside groove, trying to catch a bite up there. Davis now, Davis is better than him by about half a car length every lap. Now he's a couple of car lengths in front as he just kept whittling away and moving a little farther and a little farther out in front. Mike Butler is by Pat Wall for 7th. Wall is back to 8th now. Krasinski is 9th. And Will Prochinick in the top 10 and 10. And Davis now opening up on Simmons here in the early going. 8 laps complete. This will complete lap 9 down the front. Butler is under Ethan Bill and working on Ellery. Butler looking to get back in the top 5. And keep your eye on Butler in the 04. He is quite motivated here. Him and Ellery side by side for 5th. Davis out in front by himself with Simmons a distant second. Malozar and Van Wickle in close quarters. Van Wickle slowly closing in on Malozar. And Mike Butler gets the spot from Ellery. Ellery's glued to his bumper, but Butler's starting to pull away. So Mike Butler has come into the top 5 by lap 10. After going to the rear in both accidents. He's been in both accidents so far, and he is back in the top 5. That is an impressive run, folks. He was in the infield tires in the first one, backed up, rejoined. He was in the second one as he slid to a stop right up against Hunter Plotsky, who was up in the air without touching him. Davis about to lap John Norsha again off of turn number 2. Norsha lost 2 laps in the pits as he was in the first accident. The second accident allowed him to get back out. And Davis will put him a 3rd lap down as he passes him on the front straightaway. We're past halfway, 11 laps to go. It's all Steve Davis by 2/3 of a straightaway. Malozar is 3rd. Van Wickle, Butler has kind of leveled off, but he is slightly closing on the cars in front of him. Ellery 6th. Ethan Bill is 7th. And Pat Wall is 8th with Ryan Krasinski right behind him, and then Prochinick. Aiden Spencer in 11th. Davis is almost a full straightaway now out in front of Ryan Simmons. And Malozar has closed in on Simmons. He's not there yet, but he has closed in. Butler is closing in on Van Wickle as Malozar may have picked it up because he's pulled away from Van Wickle. Now he'll get a lap car between the two. And he's within about 4 car lengths of the 14 of Ryan Simmons. So Malozar stepping up his game late in the race here. Everybody else is kind of leveled off. Van Wickle will go by the lap car of John Norsha, trying to keep pace with Malozar and hoping he gets locked in a battle here with Simmons and allows him to close back in. It is all Steve Davis. Full straightaway. A couple more lap cars loom ahead. Not sure if he'll get to him. 7 laps to go. He's a straightaway behind those 2 lap cars. Butler's within about 4 car lengths of the 41 of Van Wickle. Simmons has opened up a little more breathing room between himself and Malozar, so no real battles brewing here. I guess the closest one would be Ellery trying to catch Mike Butler again, goes for 5th, because Ellery is closing in on him. 5 to go. It's the hi, how are you lap. And we're already to 4 to go because there goes Davis by the start-finish line again. 4 laps to go on the field. Everybody has kind of leveled out. It is all Steve Davis. He is catching 11th place Aiden Spencer here with 3 to go. And he will catch him at the 2 to go sign here when they come up at turn 4. Protinick in 10th is right in front of Spencer, a few car lengths. 2 to go now. 2 to go for Steve Davis. Davis takes a look under Spencer, will follow him through. He has a big lead. Not sure if he knows how big of a lead he has. White flag is out, and he's gonna lap Spencer, and he dives underneath him, and he will lap him. 10 cars in the lead lap now. The white flag falling on the field. Final 2 turns for Davis, and he will take the checker down the front. So Steve Davis is your winner for the second time this year, second time in 4 races. Simmons will be second. Malozar, Van Wickel, and Mike Butler. Ellery, Ethan Bill, Pat Wall, Ryan Krasinski, and Will Protinick will round out the top 10. Well, after 2 lengthy yellow reds on the start and with 2 laps complete, we go 23 laps nonstop to the end, and Steve Davis, an impressive win. He wins by at least a straightaway in the number 72. Ryan Simmons really challenged him for a little while there until Davis got out into clean air and kind of pulled away. Simmons settles for second, followed by David Malozar in the 32C, Nick Van Wickel in the 41, and the 04 Mike Butler, who was involved in both of those yellow-red flags and fought back for a top 5 finish. That is why he is the point leader. And although I don't think he will maintain the point lead as Davis was the winner tonight, it looks like Davis will be the new point leader after this event.
Bubba Burgers, Premio Sausage, the best sausage in racing, Highland Pork Incorporated, Jimbo Custom Lettering, you know who that is, Oliver Communications Group, Jim Brown Racing Photos, Masker Money, Hitfag Race Cars, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Davis. We need more cowbell. Wow. Ryan held you up there a little bit, but after that, man, you hit your marks, and like Jim said, that was a good old-fashioned ass whooping right there.
Yeah, I just was able to stick the bottom a little better than them coming off. They got up in the middle a little bit, and I was able to get a straight run off the bottom, and I just tried to make it as wide as possible, you know, and not really sure what happened at the beginning of the race. It was kind of hectic, and I'm just glad I dodged all of it.
Well, you know, the track has been really, really good. Guys were worried about what was going to happen, what they were going to do. Track is fast.
Track's awesome. You can just move around. If you needed to enter real high, you could cut right across the racetrack, so they're doing a really good job with that.
Now, Steve, this car here, this is not a 13, this is a 72. You got a couple of people you got to thank?
Yeah, this is Jeff Masker and his family's operation. this is a couple years now, and we have real good luck. We struggled a lot with it, and we've been working on this thing. And I think we went out for the heat race, and it wasn't really good, so we backpedaled a little bit. And I really got to thank them. Seasonal Abilities, Bobby Dumchowski, Premio, Deaton Watson, Highland Pork, Bubba Burger, Oliver Communications on Oliver Night. What a perfect ending for that. And PJ and Phil and Tripp, and they're all down here, so really good to be able to celebrate with them. Joseph Brown, John Packenham, the Masker Boys, Bryce Chrisman. There's just a big list, and I just really got to thank everybody involved.
Well, stick around because I'll come see you later so we can do the YouTube thing. Let's hear for Steve Davis. He gets it done on Oliver Communications night. And it is Steve Davis's birthday, so happy birthday to Steve Davis. That's a hell of a way to celebrate his birthday, right?
All right, winning 50-50, purple ticket, $1,060, 233-116. Purple ticket, 233-116. If you have it, head to the office behind the grandstands, 233-116. It's a purple ticket, $1,060. Thank you.
All right, Modified's coming at you now. I'll turn it over to Pistol Pete. He's up in the Diamond Suite. Pete?
Thanks a lot, Nick. And remember, you can see in-depth interviews with the winners of each of the features each week on our YouTube channel as we post content up. We do play those the following week, usually at intermission if we can. But you can check them out anytime during the week and see more in-depth interviews by Nick Leach with our winners. He does them right after the races are over down in the pits at their trailer. All right, this is how they're going to line up for your modified feature event, starting on the pole, driving the number 37 out of Flemington. That is Brian Cool. And lining up alongside of Cool, a heat winner tonight out of Somerset in the Spooky Brook Landscape 2D, Will Dupree. Another heat winner, Cole Stangle in the 20C, will line up in the third position. The Conover Contracting number 220C. And starting alongside of Stangle from New Gretna in the Mancini Custom Home 7M, that is Paul Mancini. The silent assassin as he goes by here on the front straightaway. Chris Garback is in the number 7. He will start 5th. Alongside of him, the Rayco Auto Service number 2B of Dominic Buffalino. 7th starting spot, the Oliver Communications Group number 5J of Joseph Brown. And lining up alongside of Brown in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72, Jim Houseworth. Kevin Borden is in the Valco Wheels 928. He'll start 9th. And alongside of him, making an all Valco 5th row, in the Valco Wheels 323, Johnny Bangs. Johnny Bang Bang Bangs in the 323 starting 10th. 11th, Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, the Prime Design Landscape, number 27T of TVD, Tanner Van Doren. And lining up alongside of Van Doren, the Marvel's Portable Welding number 1 out of Frenchtown, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. just won our match races, and he will start 12th here in the feature. 13th starting spot, our other feature heat winner tonight. He has 2 feature wins on the year. He's our 2020 champion out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania in the CNS equipment. Craig and Leslie Pondishon, number 6, Danny Buck. And alongside of Buck, also a feature winner this year in the Pioneer Pole Building, number 79, Davey Salmons. 15th starting spot. He drives the Izzy Trucking and Rigging Ellery's number 20, Schober Wright Roofing number 26. The Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. And alongside of Godown, driving the Comfort Experts 26R out of Otisville, New York, Corey Cormier. George Garris Jr. is in the 92 Junior. He'll start 17th. Alongside of him, DJ Hunt in the 24. Frank Venezia in the 27 will start 19th. Then it'll be Jack Butler in the number 5. And thrilling David Schilling is in the 51M out of East Greenbush, New York. He will start 21st. All 21 cars making the call, and the 37 of Brian Cole is elected to start at the rear of the field with all the stuff that happened to the car. As we go 4 wide for our wave lap. We're going to try to do this each and every week for you, folks. This will be your wave lap. Get on your feet. Let them know that you're there. It is time to go modified feature racing here at the New Egypt Speedway. Wave your hands high in the sky. Wave your shirt. Wave your blanket, your hat, your phone, your girlfriend. Wave something as they come down the front to salute you, the fans, 4 wide for the Mighty Modifieds. All right, now we'll get them back to the 2x2 for the start. Of course, the front getting shuffled up, everybody moving up 1 spot and crossing over because of the 37 of Brian Cole electing to go to the rear of the field. So it's Dupree and Stangl in the front row, Mancini and Garback on the second row, then Buffalino and Joseph Brown, then Houseworth and Kevin Borden, then Johnny Bangs and Tanner Van Doren on row number 5. Pouch and Buck on the next row, Salmons and Godown on the next row, then Hunt and Cormier. Actually, that's the way they're lined up. All right, 2x2, lights are off. Race fans, are you ready for some modified feature action? Are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? Because the Mighty Modifieds here at New Egypt are ready to go racing. And we're underway. Whoa, a couple of cars getting crossed up there, one of which got around the other way and still corrected and kept going. That was the yellow car of Joseph Brown. He has fallen back a few spots as they complete lap 1. It's Dupree leading Mancini into turn number 1. Dupree has led lap number 1. Cole Stangl in the 3rd spot, followed by the 2B of Buffalino as they move down the back. Garback is 5th, Houseworth 6th. Through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Keeping an eye on the back middle of the pack there. Pouch on the move, Salmon's on the move too. They're both breaking into the top 10 now as Dupree leading Mancini at the front. They're 1 and 2 right together. And Dupree got a little high and a little out of shape, and Mancini gets up alongside of him. Now they're side by side for the lead. Mancini with position on the bottom, and Mancini will make the pass off of 4. Paul Mancini is your new leader. Mancini taking over the front spot over Dupree as they move down the back. Cole, Stangl next in line, then Buffalino. They've broken away from the rest of the field. Garback leads the next set. He's in the 5th spot. Pouch moving to 6th right now in the number 1. Then it's the 72 of Houseworth. Godown is up to 8th, followed by Bangs and Buck. Buck also in the top 10 now. Make it 9th for Buck as he goes around the outside of Bangs. Paul Mancini stretching his lead to about 6 car lengths now over Will Dupree. Cole Stangl 3rd. Buffalino got up on him. Stangl, though, has a good pull off the corner. A lot of power coming off the corner, and he pulls back up on Dupree. It is Pouch by Garback and into 5th. 7 laps complete. Billy Pouch is up to the 5th, into the top 5. Godown and Buck are side by side now for 8th, with Buck grabbing the spot. Danny Buck is one of the few cars working the outside of the track. Here he comes around Houseworth. He's gone by Go Down, working on Houseworth down the front. Kenny Buck has the outside working. Houseworth trying to give him all he's got, but Buck's got that car working up there. He is the only car I see running that groove. Well, Tanner Van Doren has switched to it back there. He's at the back of the top 10. I believe actually he's 11th right now. He started 10th. Mancini cruising almost half a straightaway. Over Dupree, Cole Stangle, Buffalino with Pouch on Buffalino now. Buck now clear of Garback into 6th and is chasing down Pouch. Pouch is also running the outside now. He has switched. He said it in victory lane of the match races that he'd like to see that outside come in. Now he's on the inside in the corners though. Pouch's car working just about anywhere he puts it. Go Down is taking over 7th as he gets by Houseworth. They both got by Garback. Garback is back in 9th. And Van Doren now takes 10th from Johnny Bangs. Salmons is 12th. Cormier is 13th. It is all Paul Mancini in this non-stop first 12 laps of this 30-lap feature. Half a straightaway lead over Will Dupree and Cole Stangle. Pouch is 4th. Buffalino 5th. Buck closing in on him. Pouch now closing in on Cole Stangle for a challenge for 3rd. Pouch is definitely running the outside through 1 and 2. Buck has kind of switched back to the inside. Pouch to the outside of Cole Stangle. That's the only groove he's got to try to pass him on. And he goes to the outside, can't make it stick. Stangle holds him off. Pouch again up alongside of Stangle off of turn 2. 2/3 of a straightaway lead for Mancini now. Buffalino back there in the 5th spot with Buck closing in. Down the front, Pouch gets a run, barely noses out Cole Stangle at the line for 3rd. Pouch recorded 3rd on that lap at the halfway sign. Cross flag. We're halfway through, 15 down and 15 to go as Buck makes a effort to get into the top 5. Buffalino will go up the track and take the outside groove away from Buck temporarily. Buck still runs 6th. Go Down, Houseworth, Van Doren, and Garback 10th. Pouch now up on Dupree, who had been running 2nd from the start. The lead is about a little less than a full straightaway now for Mancini, who has not hit lap traffic yet, but he's coming up on it. Pouch closing in on Dupree. Takes a look to the inside. Cole Stangle and Buffalino still 4th and 5th as Buck tries to find a way by Buffalino. Still has not cracked the top 5. 18 laps, 12 to go. Mancini more than 3/4 of a straightaway out there as Pouch takes a look under Dupree. Pouch and Dupree go Nerf bar to Nerf bar. Pouch getting a bite on the bottom. Dupree holds him off. Will Dupree still running 2nd here. That is definitely helping Mancini, who has a big lead. Pouch would like to break free here and go after him, especially with lap traffic coming up into play. Mancini up on lap traffic. One of the lap cars pulls out on the backstretch. That's Joseph Brown. He pulls into the infield. Mancini is up on Frank Venezia. Down on the bottom, he will lap Venezia easily out of 4. That didn't cost him any time. 9 laps to go. Mancini has a lap car, and he has a full straightaway over Billy Pouch, who has finally wrestled the 2nd spot away from Will Dupree. Cole Stangle is still 4th. Buck has gotten by Buffalino, but is 5th, and is kind of leveled out there at the moment. Go Down is still 6th, followed by Van Doren 7th, Houseworth 8th, and Davey Salmons 9th. And then Johnny Banks. Mancini once by Venezia did not have any. Now he's got a lot of lap traffic, but it's going to take him several laps to get there, at least 2. Still a full straightaway for Mancini with 6 to go. Yellow. Yellow is out for George Garris Jr. in turn 4. Yellow lights on with 23 complete and 7 to go.
No, he was already spun out, but when I was coming off, he was spun out.
Well, the yellow lights are on. George Garris spinning in turn number 4. That was not that far ahead of the leader. Mancini was probably going to get to those 4 or 5 lap cars running nose to tail in about 2 laps with 5 to go. So this could be a blessing or a curse, because now we'll have clean track ahead with just 7 laps to go.
Like I said, he was already there when I was coming around. So I just saw
Billy Pouch recently took second a couple of laps ago. Was a full straightaway back. This will close him in. And we are not to 5 to go yet. So we are double file on the restart. So Mancini's going to have lane choice, and this will be interesting. Paul Mancini looking for his first career New Egypt Speedway win. He does have one modified win. It came at the Bridgeport Speedway on an off week from here. And that was last year early, I believe. He's been close here on numerous occasions. This year he's 8th in points. His best run was 3rd on opening night to Ryan Godown and Danny Buck. Pouch Jr., of course, 3rd on our all-time win list with 37 career wins, including 1 this year. All right, so the 2x2 here. Mancini's picked the inside of the front row. The inside seems to be the faster groove. Will Dupree running an excellent race after winning his heat in the 3rd spot. Cole Stangl is 4th. Danny Bucket kind of leveled off in 5th, but he did have something going on the outside, but he's restarting on the inside, so will be interesting to see if he's got anything here, if he can get back to that outside groove with the cars closer to him, if he can make that work again with the tires cooling off a little here under yellow. Buffalino runs 6, Godown and Van Doren now 7th and 8th and right there. All right, it is up to the leader, Paul Mancini. He'll bring him back to green. 7 laps to go, and we're green. Danny Buck on the bottom, making it 3 wide for 3rd, squeezing through on the inside and into 3rd. Pouch around the outside of Mancini. Mancini beat him to 1, but Pouch rolls the top of the corner and grabs the lead going down the back, and Billy Pouch is going to lead lap 24 with Mancini right there. Danny Buck is now 3rd, and Ryan Godown is 4th. Kevin Borden slower going into 1 and 2, but still running no problem. Doesn't look like that's going to be an issue. Cole Stangl still in the top 5. He is 5th with cars scrambling behind him. Van Doren trying to get into the top 5, so Buffalo trying to get back in the top 5, then Dupree. What a shuffle up there on the restart. Buck closing in on Mancini as Pouch drives away. 3 to go this time by. Billy Pouch has a third of a straightaway lead. Buck right on the back bumper of Mancini through 1 and 2. Go down by himself in 4th. He got a great restart. That helped him out with a few spots. He was running 6th, now he's running 4th. 2 laps to go, 2 to go, and we are in the final 2 laps of the night. Mancini holding off Buck. White flag is in the I'm sorry, 2 to go now, 2 laps to go. Through 3 and 4, white flag is out for the 1 of Billy Pouch. One more time around, Mancini still holding on to 2nd. Buck tries the inside, can't make it stick. Go down, then Cole Stengel, Van Doren into 6th. Final turn, here's the checkered flag for Billy Pouch. Mancini, followed by Buck, go down, and Cole Stengel broke, but he finished 5th. Stengel is 5th. He beat Van Doren to the line. So Billy Pouch's 38th career win is 2nd of the year. Paul Mancini with a great run, his best finish of the year, finishing 2nd. 3rd was the 6 of Danny Buck. 4th was the 26 of Ryan Godown, and Cole Stengel finished 5th in the 20C. Great to see that after that ride he took here a couple of weeks ago. Nick Leach is in victory lane as Billy Pouch gets the equipment off.
Marvel Supportable Welding and Pioneer Pole Barn Systems, Marshall Industrial Technology, C-Rock, B&G, Mercantile Race Engines, Phillips Garage, Inzinger Performance. Been a hell of a weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr.
Right front's the best right front out there. Don't ever touch it again. Love you, buddy.
Well, here we go. We're standing here. You won the money in the match races, and then you come back here and you do what you got to do. Mancini drove a hell of a race. I know he wasn't waiting for that caution, but I think you were.
Yeah, I was. Paul's a really good kid. Him and his dad try hard at it there, and I wasn't going to get him unless I got that caution, and I knew I was really rolling the middle down here. Awesome, man. This car was spot on all night. You know, last time we were here, we struggled. I just missed a little bit in the setup. And Chris Moore said I couldn't suck, and you said I hadn't been here in Victory Lane in a while, so kind of lit a fire under my butt. And we got back here. These guys keep working and digging. I just got a ton of confidence in what we got and with the program we got. No matter who people bring in or who try to go, we continue to dig, we continue to work, and I'm just proud of these guys.
Ever since you came back here, Bill, this car's been really fast. Just Mother Nature has really wreaked havoc with us here. 7, 8 rainouts. You come back here, you know what your job is to do. You come back here, the track has been flawless when they get it right. And tonight you got it right. I mean, like you said, if there wasn't for a caution, but the track has been just so good.
Yeah, that was awesome there. I mean, I don't know. I like a little slick in the center and a little more put the driver back into it. And that's what it was tonight. And it was really fun out there, man. You got to have a good car. And we just continue to work hard and work, but I continue. That was pretty cool. A lot of people yelling when we got out here, so it's good to be back. Good race car. Just one hiccup the first night of the year, and it kind of put us back in the points, but we'll just keep doing our job, and we'll see what happens.
Well, now the weekend's pretty cool because BP3 and now you, and it's pretty neat.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. I was more proud of that on Wednesday than I am myself, but it was really cool. He works really hard at it. Him, my grandfather, my father, his grandfather, put a lot of heart and soul into it, and if he takes a little bit out of his knowledge, I think he's going to be better than I am here. So, and that's okay. That's part of life, right? Your kids hopefully are better than you, so you keep digging at it and keep working. But I got to shout at these guys tonight. I got Phil, Todd, Keith, Shane, Art's at home. Oh my God, I'm gonna. I got a new kid too, and hired here, and Phil Oliver over here. He doesn't know yet. He's gonna give me another bonus for that one. No, I'm just joking.
Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Pouch Jr. gets it done. Here comes Phil Oliver on Oliver Communication site. Let Phil Oliver hear it. Let Billy Pouch Jr. hear it. He's done a great job. One more time for Billy Pouch Jr.
So once again, Billy Pouch Jr. is your winner here tonight in the final race of the night, which was our 30-lap modified feature event on Oliver Communications night. I want to thank everyone at the Oliver Communications group for their support as Billy Pouch sweeping both the feature event and our match races. By luck of the draw here on the front straightaway with the fans, he was the last car called out, and he made it work, winning the 500 for that, and now picking up the first place check here in our modified feature event. Second win of the year for Billy, 38th of his career here at New Egypt. Paul Mancini coming within 7 laps of getting his first career New Egypt win. When the only yellow of the race came out with 7 laps to go, Mancini holds on for a well-deserved second place. His best finish of the year. Third was Danny Buck in the 6th. Fourth, the 26 of Ryan Godown. And the 20C of Cole Stangl finished in the 5th position. Congratulations to all 3 of our winners. Bobby Drayton III, Billy Pouch Jr., and Steve Davis. They are our winners here this evening on this beautiful night. Make sure next week it is New Egypt Auto Body Night. It's the modifieds along with the Mass 305 sprint cars back. Boy, they have put on quite a show here this year, and a couple times they've been here. They will be back 1 week from tonight, next Saturday, August 2nd. Be sure and be here. Be sure, if you live far away, to tune in to YouTube and watch us live here on our YouTube channel. For all of us here at New Egypt Speedway, including owner Fred Volsing and promoter Chris Moore, myself and my partner Nick Leach, we want to wish you a great night. Tune in next week and be here for the Mass 305 sprint cars and the modifieds and our support divisions as we go at it once again next 1 week from tonight on August 2nd. Have a great week, have a safe week, and we'll see you next Saturday.